Greetings, everybody, and welcome! Oh, I think that might be a little bit loud, actually. Let me turn that down just a tad. Is that any better? That should be okay. Maybe a little more. Sorry, you'll all have to help me with the audio balance. All right. %10 lower might be good. Okay. Let's try that again. All right. How is it now? Game could be a tad louder? Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry, this is originally a PlayStation 2 game, and the audio balancing on these old games that get ported from console to console to console is just incredibly wonky. So you'll all have to bear with me, and we will have to figure out the audio balance together for this. No, Yami, there's not. Remember, this is a PS2 game. Most games in that era barely gave you anything in terms of options. But hello, everybody. Thank you all for dropping in. How is the audio balance sounding now? I've adjusted it a little bit according to everyone's feedback, and I want to make sure that chat is caught up on this. Seems fine, Rando. Good so far, Yami. Okay, good. Unfortunately, there's no good way for me to balance this before I start well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I could have recorded a local video and used that to check the audio balance, but... Alright, as long as the audio balance is good, then we are all set. Okay. So, what is this game? Well, Wild Arms 3 came out originally on the PlayStation 2 back in, I want to say 1999 or 2000 or thereabouts. I remember first playing it when I was in high school, and I graduated high school in 2003. So, I'm pretty sure it came out sometime in that general era. That was the era of the PS2, by the way. That was the newest console when I was in high school, which will give you all some idea of how old and decrepit I am. But I had started playing this game on stream a few years ago and ended up getting distracted by other things. Never got too far into it, certainly never finished it. And since I'd been desperate for other things to play lately, I thought, well, now might be a good time to dig this out again and give everybody a look at it. So I hope everybody enjoys this. Wild Arms was actually a very interesting series. It did something not a lot of games were doing at that time, which was, it's a JRPG series, but it's what you would get, I mean, it's what we did get when a Japanese dev team decided to make a Western-themed, like an American Western-themed JRPG. which resulted in some very unusual design choices that you didn't tend to see in a lot of other similar JRPGs, and that we really haven't seen in a lot of JRPGs since then. I believe the last Wild Arms game that came out was either Wild Arms 4 or Wild Arms Alter Code F. I don't remember which of those was the most recent, but I think those were both on PS3, so the series has been dormant for a long time, and I think, unfortunately, forgotten about by Sony. But you guys are going to get a good look at it today. And let me just take a moment to welcome everyone whom I didn't have the opportunity to greet. Thank you all for coming to join us today. Clint, my dear Maud, good to see you. All of my viewers, some new, some whom I don't recognize, and some whom are returning regulars. All right, so I don't have any save data. I did try to carry over my original save data, but it turns out that the hardware for transferring PS2 save files only works with consoles as recent as the PS3. So you cannot get a PS2 save file onto the PS4 or the PS5, unfortunately, which means we're going to have to start a new game from scratch. No New Game Plus. No carrying stuff over from New Game Plus, unfortunately. So we're going to have to just start from scratch. Oh, they were all on the PS2, Dreyfus. For some reason, I remember some of them being more recent than that. Monotone, welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub. It's good to see you, my other dear mod. And Mantis Man, did you two coordinate that on purpose? I bet you two were hanging out plotting to show me more horrific food videos. That explains you two getting here at the same time. Yeah, Ader Paris, that's why I remember them being on the PS3. Oh, okay, Monotone. Jalapeno, don't ask. Man, the number of times this has happened to me on trains is higher than I would like to admit. Attention all passengers, we're currently decelerating from our normal speed. Please remain seated for your safety. It's funny because, due to Japan's love of trains and the prevalence of trains in Western-themed settings... Ouch! I'm terribly sorry. Are you alright? I was in a rush and... Can you tell me what's going on? I'm not sure. I'm making the rounds to see what I can find out. Until then, please return to your cabin and remain seated. Hey, you can't go through there! That's the way to the last car! Thanks for the tip. PSP, Ader. Jeez. Well, it's been such a long time since I've played any of these games. Miss, this car is off limits, please. That's because there's something important in there, right? That's correct. And that is precisely the reason why that car is off limits to all passengers. Then if something were to happen, there's a good possibility it might happen in there, right? I mean, look. Somebody totally busted off that lock. No, this can't be happening. That's impossible. The fact of the matter is, I have the key to the car in my hands, see? Well, if that's true, then somebody also busted in. I say we take a look. We might find out more behind the truth we already know. Thank goodness, everything seems to be in order, but let me check the crate just in case. Well, the windows are boarded up. You sure are taking precautions. What the heck is in there anyway? Precautions? The chest is falling apart. There are holes in it. Wow, what are all these lights? Uh-oh. Well, that went from 0 to 80 in about 2.5 seconds. Funny thing is, Clint, it's not just a MacGuffin. It's actually a major story mechanic that, for some reason, all the enemies make a big deal about in the very first bit of the game, and then they completely forget about because your entire party just ends up being the only ones to use it. Hey, Sam, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, Sam, this is Wild Arms 3. This is a PS2 game. Which means that, you probably would have been 3 or 4 years old when this came out, Sam. I played this back when I was in high school, which ought to give you an idea of how old I am. Oh, kill me. Alright, so we're given 4 different options here. Yeah, Sideswipe, we're just going to go with their original names. We're given 4 different options, and we get to pick between each of these different people who ended up in this car. So we've got the girl from First Class, we've got a drifter guardsman, we've got a boy who broke in, and a suspicious intruder. I mean, they're really all suspicious intruders. All right, Clint. Oh yeah, Black Knight Sprite. The series went quite a long way. It made a lot of strides from Wild Arms 1. Sam, stick around. I think you're going to enjoy this. This is a Western-themed JRPG, and one of the things that it was best known for back in its day was a fantastic soundtrack. And it also has some interesting character designs and some silly enemy and character mechanics, which I think some of you are going to, those of you who haven't seen them anyway, are going to really appreciate. The difficulty ratings here don't really matter. They're kind of irrelevant, so let's start with Virginia, or I'm sorry, the girl in First Class, because she's the one we've learned the most about so far, and therefore I think it makes the most sense to start as her. Another thing that I really like here is the character art. Yeah, right, Rolls. I'd be lucky if I could even find a copy of Legend of Dragoon. Two weeks before the fateful encounter. Virginia Maxwell, age 18. Her life in the village where she lived had always been graced with peace and tranquility. That all changed the day the village was invaded by demi-humans from a neighboring settlement. Her life as she knew it ended that day. However, this was also the start of her journey. There, you've taken everything we have. I ask that you leave here at once and leave us in peace. I love how this guy is just Tesla. Literally just Nikola Tesla. Look at him. Giggle shits, you'll never find a copy of Legend of Dragoon. I appreciate the thought, but there's no way. Physical copies of that game don't exist anymore. Uncle Tesla! Gob gob, tough words from loser. Me teach you lesson. This guy right here. Look at, they even went out of their way to do character art for a throwaway enemy NPC. Might is right, so you are wrong, and me am right. Me am right, so me am cool, gob gob. Gob gob, me am strong, so always hungry. So me come here for food. So that is rule, and me am cool, gob gob. Gob gob, you are uncool, so you feed me and buddies. That is new rule that me decide, gob gob. Feed you? We can't afford to do that. We'd all... Gob gob, tastes good? We get full quickly. You have no food, then eat some of that, gob gob. So, another thing about this game in particular, and the ones after it, not so much the earlier Wild Arms games, but this game is where they really started to make some effort with the localization. Oh, it's on PSN, Ader? I didn't realize that. I'm alright, don't worry about me. Everyone is safe, and that's all that matters. Virginia? Where's Virginia? Rolls, I make no promises. Legend of Dragoon is very well regarded, but it's a very, very annoying game to play. It has some interesting ideas, but it really is not all that great. Hello Kitty, welcome! Yikes. Rusty hinges, great. Now they probably know I'm here, but... There's no turning back now. I've got to push ahead and prove myself. I also want to give a shout out to the fact that this is one of those games where there are multiple character portraits, and the game shifts between those character portraits according to the mood of the character who's currently speaking. So we had the angry portrait for Virginia, and now we have a sad portrait for Virginia. It's time to fly. Well, Ader, unless you count the PS1 games that were specifically ported to the PS4, like Final Fantasy VII and 8 and 9, those. So, let's open the menu for a moment and go through a couple of things. First and foremost, these unfortunately are the only options we have. It's just basic on-off toggles for most of this stuff. Options in these early games were very, very rudimentary. And actually, because this game was originally intended to be played on a CRT TV, it does actually have a built-in screensaver. This is a vestige, once again, of the CRT era. We don't need it, so... oh, that's just screen position. I was gonna say, that's not going to help us an awful lot. We're going to set cursor to memory. Battle command, we're going to set to fixed. And all the rest of this stuff we're going to leave. Nice, Low Kitty. Awesome. Yeah, so about that big iron. Oh, there we go. We actually have, we can see some more character art. You can also press the select button to bring the character art to the foreground, which is a really nice touch. You can tell that they were really proud of the character art they did for this game, and they wanted people to be able to see it. So, that big iron of hers, if you look down where it says ARM, you can see the name of the firearm that each character has. And those of you who are familiar with Japanese might be looking at the name Banto Rain and going, wait a minute. So that's where the localization of Wild Arms 3 gets kind of weirdly inconsistent. There are a lot of places, such as the character dialogue, where they did a great job with the localization, but the weapon names in particular and some of the moves had a really, really wonky Japanese localization. Banto Rain is supposed to be Buntline, but because of the way that it's written in Japanese, it comes out like this, Bantorain. And what it's actually supposed to be referring to is it's a reference to the Colt Buntline long barrel revolver. And let me put a link to that here for anybody who is curious. Poor Virginia is the only one whose weapon had its name mistranslated. The other three player characters That's right, Giggle Shits. And the other three player characters had theirs translated correctly, although theirs, for the most part, I don't believe reference anything in particular. So each character also has a different specialization for their weapon. And each character is different in this regard, where not only do their weapons start out with a different specialization, but they can only be upgraded according to their own specialization. So, for example, Virginia's weapons are the lightest. She uses twin revolvers. So her weapons are very high in the weight category and relatively high in the bullet category because they have quite a few shots and they're very light. Some of the other characters have different specializations, each one with a focus on different combinations of traits. So that ensures that each character is always useful in a different way in battle, and it makes sure that you always have to use all of your characters together in a thoughtful and careful way. Yeah, BLT is bullet, but I know some of you are looking at that and getting hungry. So, all right. That's pretty much all for status. Oh, we don't have any Guardian Forces yet. And then, this game does actually have an auto battle feature, believe it or not, where if you want to have your party members fight automatically, shot, Yami, shot. Shot is basically attack power. It's the damage of your long-range attacks. And I say long-range attacks because there's a really interesting system in this game where if your character runs out of ammo, well, you'll see it in a few moments, probably. All right, we hit that lever and open the door. I can't turn back now. I've already started running. All I have to do now is flap my wings. There's determined Virginia again. Wings are a pretty central theme in Wild Arms 3. Even better, Zedra. Even better. So here we go. This is how battles work. You get your basic commands, and it was really interesting to me when Persona 5 first came out, because all I could think of when I played Persona 5 and had access to the battle system in Persona 5 was, wow, they took a page from Wild Arms 3. Because look at this command selection, right? You've got only available through the power of a priest, which is, I think, also a mistranslation. There are no priests in this game, per se, but this is basically magic. And then you have access to the options menu in battle, which is handy. You have access to switching allies. You have, this I think is guard. Oh no, this is, oh no, that's auto battle, okay. So what we have here is special abilities, and these use what are called force points. You build up force points by attacking and being attacked, and you can also use items to build them up on the spot. Good luck, Clint. Go get your packages. And so this is the magic command. I guess this is to switch magic media. There's guard. There's item. So what we're gonna do for now is just attack. And you can see that even when Virginia dodges, she accumulates force points, which then can be used for a force ability. Now, summon we're not going to get access to for a little while. Gatling is... it's basically a chain of attacks, and each red bar down below Virginia's HP, you can see that there are those little red bars, and then there's the blue bar up above them. The blue bar represents overall force points, and each of the red bars underneath it represents a block of 25 force points. Characters have a maximum of 100 FP, and you can see that each different force ability requires a different amount of FP. So, for Virginia, her Gatling, which is a combo attack where you do multiple hits in one chain, hers costs 20 force points. I don't remember if it's different for other characters. It might be, but I don't remember it being different. What happens is you save up your force points, which we're going to do, and then we'll use Gatling in just a moment to give everyone an idea of how it works. Let's see, actually, we can... Oh, when you reload or guard, it does basically the same thing. You, the shield button is guard, but it's also reload. And we can just kind of keep, we can keep guarding and building up force points here. Each character also has a very different stat distribution than the others. And Virginia, as you could probably tell, is heavily focused on evasion. She's the most evasive character in the game, and she has the second highest speed, which determines the order of her actions in battle. So we accumulate 100 force points, and then we go to force ability and we use Gatling, and you can see down in the lower left, we get an icon for each different type of attack that occurs. Hey, Ixa, welcome! I thought you might appreciate this. This is a retro game. So when we use Gatling with full FP, this happens. Big damage! Not so big experience or money, though. So this is what it's like to actually fight. Only the strong survive, the law of the wasteland. All that shooting must have alerted the others. I can't just stand around like this. I have to stop shaking. Control yourself. Stay strong. Zedra, it's primarily, if not exclusively, to make it more dynamic. And I think that was meant as a way to differentiate this game from mainline JRPG series like Final Fantasy, where you have your party standing in one position on the right side of the screen, and the enemies standing in the opposite position on the left. This was meant to make it feel a little bit more like an actual battle, you know, where there's a little bit more chaos. Everybody's kind of running around willy-nilly, and it's a lot more frantic, I guess. There's not, Giggle, don't worry. I'm going to have to fly on my own. Sometimes an exclamation point will suddenly appear over your head. This indicates that an enemy is approaching. Quickly press the circle button to avoid an encounter with the enemy. Whenever you avoid an encounter, the difference between your migrant level and that of the enemy is subtracted from your encounter gauge, which is the ECN gauge. Should your migrant level exceed that of the enemy, you can avoid the encounter without affecting your ECN gauge. Also, your ECN gauge will regain 1 point after winning each battle. You can always engage in battle by quickly pressing the circle button twice or simply waiting for it to begin. So we're going to initiate that. And that's another one of the really interesting systems in this game, is that rather than always forcing you into a battle just by running around on the world map, you basically have a meter that you build up by fighting battles, and you can spend that meter to avoid battles. And you can use it to avoid battles for enemies that are below your level for free. But if you would have gotten into a battle with an enemy at or above your level, you have to spend an amount of meter commensurate with how much higher above you the enemy is. And I've always thought that was a really interesting system. I've always thought that a lot more JRPGs could have used a system like this to give you some control over random encounters. Because if you're in the middle of a dungeon and all the enemies are below you and they're not worth your time, you can just skip all the encounters. You can just bypass them. And we get 2 actions in a row since we got a preemptive strike. Now, in addition to Gatling, which every character has, each character also has a force ability unique to them. And Virginia's unique force ability is Mystic. And what Mystic allows her to do is to use an item that normally would have been single target on the entire party. So it's kind of pointless using healing items via Mystic now, because Virginia is the only member of the party at the moment. So we're just going to blast them. No, Denim, of course it's backwards compat. This is the PS4 version of Wild Arms 3. Birds of Passage catches your eye. Would you like to read it? Yes. As its verdure recedes, our world, Filgaia, is slowly but steadily swallowed up by wasteland. Long ago, the forces of this world battled furiously with those of another. The scars left behind form the beginnings of the great barren lands. Despite the danger, brave souls trek through these deserts in search of adventure. They are called drifters. Like birds in the sky, these nomads are constantly on the move. Clint, you might even say that the bird is the word. They honor Alan Smithy as the first drifter and wander tirelessly from land to land. Those who come and go catches your eye. Just like birds of passage, drifters do not follow a set path. It is a trackless path they wander. Their path is only complete once they reach their destination. Their willpower leads them onward and gives them the strength to fly. However, willpower is ephemeral and will not last. Wings may break or tire during travel. This is true for all drifters as well. Should you ever embark as a drifter, I highly recommend you rest your wings before your relentless will gets the best of you. To those who come and go, never lose sight of your destination, and I wish you Godspeed. Signed, the devs. Now, one thing you can do in this game that I've always found very fun is you can pick up crates and throw them. You can also run and bump into stuff. Ah, and tools. Press the square button to fling this highly flammable crest graph straight ahead. The tinder crest can also be used to light candles and torches. So tools are another interesting mechanic in this game, which enable you to do different things depending upon what the tool is. Basically, each character gets 3 different tools over the course of the game, and tools are used to solve puzzles on the field map. Till the sun sets catches your eye. The estate and fortune I inherited from my ancestors have reached rock bottom during my watch. Just as the sun sets in the west, the Whately fortune will fall below the horizon. My family and my servants have left me, and here I am alone in this mansion, making note of how the Whately fortune has come to an end. I would like to dedicate this memoir to the next tenant of this mansion, so that they do not make the same mistakes as I did. Do not let desire lead you astray. Well, the next tenants of this mansion probably aren't interested. Ah, here we go. And this is what I mean about the devs getting kind of silly with the localization. Lodolinsky has written a book with tips for reloading. Shots from an arm may land quicker than a sword, but everyone knows that without bullets, arms might as well be scrap. Remember to reload your arms after each and every battle. But what do you do if you empty your clip in the middle of a shootout? Don't panic. Keep your cool, protect yourself, and reload your arm. After all, brawling with your bare hands may be gutsy, but guts alone can't save you. Also, I know someone in chat's gonna say it, so I might as well say it now. None of these firearms use exchangeable magazines. And also, they're called magazines, not clips. Arms are automatically reloaded after each battle. When in battle, use the guard command to reload your arm. Yeah, Yami. Only one of the 2 torches is lit. Something doesn't seem right. It's almost like we're supposed to use the tinder crest. Right, Clint, exactly. Okay, I think we have to come from another direction to get that. Right, and here, if I remember correctly... Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. I was about to say, if I remember correctly, there's, you must step lightly when crossing the rickety floor panels. Press the directional buttons or left analog stick while holding the circle button to tiptoe. I was gonna say, I thought I remembered there being some kind of mechanic here. And I thought I remember there being a way to climb onto this. Ugh! Zedra, those are called speed loaders. And they're a slightly different thing than a magazine. Alright, a device is keeping the door shut. Occasionally, you'll need to operate devices or use tools to get past certain traps and obstacles. If you can't make any progress, check the area thoroughly for conspicuous objects. Also, keep in mind that some areas become accessible only after you acquire certain tools. I probably should be, fighting these battles. By obtaining dimly glowing life shards known as gems, you can replenish depleted gauges. Orange gems replenish the vitality gauge, and white gems replenish the encounter gauge, which governs how many encounters you can avoid. Each gem affects the gauges of all party members. Alright, and it's only one gob. Another thing I really appreciate about this game is that each character has a unique critical hit animation. Which, I admit, are a little bit overly dramatic. Now that we've got 3 enemies, let's see if we can, Yep, no. Let's see if we can, run ourselves out of ammo and... There it is. Use some, Gatling action. There we go. I sure did, Denim. Yeah, Clint, as the owner of a revolver, I can speak from personal experience to the fact that, speed loaders are speedy in name only, really. Now, there's another thing I wanted to point out here, which is, we were just told about the vitality gauge. And the vitality gauge is an interesting mechanic. If we look down where it says VIT on Virginia's status screen, 43 out of 100. What the vitality gauge does is it basically is a pool of free healing that after battle, if your character has taken any damage during the battle, vitality from your gauge is automatically expended in order to heal your character back to full after that battle. So it's a nice little mechanic to, yeah, it's like an auto E-tank, Denim. That's a good way to think about it. But you can run out. I don't know, Denim. I like it. It's a nice mechanic to ensure that you can keep yourself topped off after battle without having to waste consumable items. And Damn Fine Cup of Streaming, hello and welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hello. And honestly, Denim, it's not an awful lot of healing. Like, later in the game, when you have more HP, you can expend, like, 2/3 of your vitality gauge after one battle if you end the battle after having taken a ton of damage. Well, Denim, you can choose not to use it. You just let it deplete and then never refill it. But there's no advantage to manipulating your HP in this game. This game doesn't do any of the all Lucky Sevens type stuff like Final Fantasy VII had. There's no advantage to having lower HP in this game. Well, Denim, that's what you have consumable items for. This entire system exists, Denim, so that you can save your consumable items for another time. Alright. Another neat little thing that you can do is you can run. The running in this game is a little weird. Oh. It is probably at least partly that too, Rando, yes. What Rando is referring to is that this game doesn't use magic points. all of your spells and your in-battle abilities all draw from your force points. Virginia also has a pretty decent crit rate, which is helpful. Oh, and there's another system I totally forgot about, which is you can actually cancel your attacks in this game. And that is known as an inertia cancel. Hello, Mihawk, welcome! Well, Zedra, she was trained by her father, who is a huge badass. So what Inertia Cancel lets you do, Denim, is basically it lets you change the order in which your characters act. So, for example, if it's the beginning of the round and you want Gallows to use a summon, but he just blew all his FP during the previous round and he has no FP, the summon command isn't available. So what you would do is you would have Gallows attack instead and build up some FP, and then have Jet throw Gallows a full carrot. Since Jet would go first, when it gets to be Gallows' turn, you can cancel Gallows' move, and then choose summons instead. Because the way that this game works when you have multiple party members is, you enter all of your commands at the beginning of the round, and ordinarily, your commands go in order of your character's reflex stat, their speed. And the commands are all executed automatically once you've entered them. They're executed in order of your character's speed and the enemy's speed. And if you want a command to go off at a different time, you can cancel it. And then enter the command again at the end, once all the other units have already moved. Alright, let's see. Sorry, it looks like I have quite a lot of chat to catch up on. Denim, again, because the turn order for your characters and the enemies is predetermined by their, what essentially amounts to their speed stat. And if you want to have a character act later than they ordinarily would as governed by their speed stat, you use an inertia cancel to delay their turn till the very end of that round. So it's basically a way of giving you a little bit more control over turn order. And normally it costs 25 FP to use an inertia cancel, but there is an ability that you can learn later on which reduces the cost of inertia cancels to 0. So you can basically do them for free. Denim, I'll be able to explain it a little bit better once we actually have a full party, because it doesn't really work to explain when we're only using solo party members in the beginning. All right. Okay, there we go. Oh, look, it's a special door. Not sure what it is, but I feel like there's something important here. Better keep a sharp eye out. Press the X button while holding down the R2 button to pinpoint important objects in sight. If the area contains multiple important objects, pressing the X button while holding R2 will toggle between them. Yeah! Get Shrek'd, Gob. Man, Virginia's evasion is just chef's kiss. Yeah, kind of, Zedra. I guess you could call it cowboy vision. The way that it works. Yeah, it shows you the wheel. And this, I think we need a... Yeah, use a duplicator to open magically sealed doors and treasure chests. So we don't want to be here quite yet, because there are a couple of rooms I haven't explored. Like this one. And the mini carrot is an item which gives us... What do you call it? It boosts our force points in battle. It's a consumable. And actually... There we go. Waitley and Company's prospectus catches your eye. Would you like to read it? Here at Waitley and Company, we began as a caravan specializing in grain. Today, our business has expanded to include everything from daily commodities to arms. Arms are what weapons are called in this game. We strive to aggressively promote our line of fine products in order to increase total sales. This fiscal term, we have high expectations for our gross revenue thanks to our timely acquisition of new market routes for fine arts and crafts. We at Waitley are also committed to the promotion of archaeological discovery by exhibiting objects of cultural value, such as a statue we call Stone Wolf. And another heal berry. I think we came in through this way? Yeah, okay. Vice is keeping the door shut. Oh, I think that's... We have to come at that from the other side. Here we are. And a heelberry. And I believe that picture on the bureau right there is a picture of one of the developers. I think I just saw something, but no one's behind me, right? So am I, Clint, so am I. But there are a fair amount of things in this game's environments that you can examine. And I think there might be one or two other things in this room that we can check. Oh, yes, there's the bookcase. Confidence versus overconfidence. Once you have enough experience and are confident in your abilities as a drifter, it might be a good idea to set your battles to auto-battle. Auto-battle's quick and easy controls make it ideal for those on the run. But don't let it do all the work. Auto-battle won't help you against powerful enemies because you'll need special tactics to defeat them. Hello, Reverend, welcome! There's a fine line between confidence and overconfidence. Remember, every fight is different, so adjust accordingly. Turn the wheel, use the X button and the directional button or the left analog stick together. Face the wheel and press the X button to grasp it, then hold down the X button and rotate the left analog stick to turn the wheel in the desired direction. I don't know why anybody would design a door to work like this. Yeah, Zedra, basically. It's a nice feature, honestly. Especially for Let's Plays. I think the boss is in here. Hey, it's all the valuables they stole from us, so this is where they stashed everything. 400 Gela. Heelberry. Never mind that that was probably somebody's life savings. Ooh, and a Gimmel coin. Gimmel coins let you save the game anywhere you please. They also allow you to start a battle over from the beginning if you're ever defeated. Gimmel coins are hard to come by, but are very handy for managing your playtime effectively. The ideal time to use a Gimmel coin is when you find one in a treasure chest, because that usually means there's a boss fight coming up. Ooh, and a duplicator. Allows you to open magically sealed doors and treasure chests. Each duplicator will disappear after use. What's this? An old scrap of paper lies at the bottom of the chest where you found the duplicator. This photo that speaks of days gone by shows her father dressed in a white lab coat. This is Virginia's father, by the way. Her uncle once told her that her father was a scientist, but that's a side of him Virginia has never known. What's that doing in the chest? So this is how she learned to shoot like a badass. Virginia, you like shooting arms? There's the man himself, Werner Maxwell. I have to say, the localization team, or I guess really just the dev team, because the localization team would have just translated the original names. But the devs for this game did a pretty decent job of coming up with names that actually sound American Western. I'm really glad that they didn't end up with names like Sleeve McDykel, Mike Truck, and, God, what were some of those other ones? Bobson Dugnut. I like shooting with you, Daddy. So this is like 6-year-old Virginia. Denim, those are names from an old, I think it was a Super Famicom game called Japanese Fighting Baseball or something like that. No, here, let me find the image. Oh, Clint beat me to it. Yeah, well, Clint's also not streaming, so his hands are a little bit more free, but... Yeah, so, what this was, Denim, is it's a baseball game that was made in Japan, and it was a Japanese developer with no knowledge of American culture or names who basically had to use bare minimum pop culture knowledge in order to come up with names for an entire American baseball team. Oh, okay, you started before I did, Clint. You knew where I was going, probably. So, Denim, this is basically a Japanese person trying to come up with American names. And you used to see this kind of thing a fair bit in Japanese games where the developers were trying to write for a Western setting. And I'm really glad that they did more research than that for Wild Arms, because... Well, Malfested, yes, although I really hope that Gallows is just his nickname, because what kind of mom names their kid Gallows? Clint, what manga is this from? This does not look like Wild Arms. Gunsmith Cats, okay. I'm not familiar with it. The most gun manga to ever gun. Ah, okay. Alright, you think I can shoot 2 arms at once like you? 2 at once, that's gonna take some practice. Okay, I'll practice real hard. So teach me, okay, Daddy? Promise? So, this is where we learn that Virginia's dual gunslinger fighting style was inherited from her father. And she's very sad to be thinking of her father, so something bad clearly happened to him. A photo of Daddy. I thought I destroyed all his pictures after Mom died, since they only brought back painful memories. This is no time to dwell on the past. I have to do what I can for the people who need me today. You're on your own in the wasteland. Right half acquired. Indeed, Clint. I really appreciate the amount of care that went into this. Right, and now I believe we can open... Oh, right, I keep forgetting. This is one of those games where you actually have to go to the menu and use... the item. You're the one who stole all our valuables! You're the one who brought so much grief to everyone! Alright. Hobgob boss. Now it's my turn to headbutt you! Yeah, once, Clint, is the operative word here. The early game boss fights are pretty straightforward. Well, in Virginia's case, and I think also in Jet and Clive's case they are, but... He's still on his feet? What now? I can't back down now. Come on, focus. Stop shaking. Your wings are strong. You gotta fly. Ah! Expend FP to perform Gatling, a special technique that can turn the tide of battle. The character will perform a string of consecutive attacks which vary according to the amount of FP consumed. Oh, and I think that just instantly filled up our force gauge to 100. So now we get to see what happens when we use Gatling with bare hands. Check this out. Virginia apparently also learned the ancient art of kickboxing from her father. Ugh. Missed opportunity to give her a flash kick type ability. They're still coming? So many! I don't think I can do this on my own. Uncle Tesla, Aunt Schalte, everyone. Daddy. Ah, look who it is. Everyone in here, hurry! Come on, that wasn't nice. Also, he apparently hit her really hard. Come in. Did you rest well? How are you feeling? Mind you, this game was made in like 2001 or 2002, so that was still a thing you saw occasionally. It hasn't aged well, if we're honest. Did you rest well? How are you feeling? Much better, thank you. Sorry to worry you, I must have caused you so much trouble. It does, Denim. Oh, don't worry about it. You know, everyone's waiting downstairs. They all want to thank you for bringing back all our things. Uncle Tesla, Aunt Schalte, there's something I need to talk to you about. I want to become a drifter. My father disappeared into the wasteland, but one thing he taught me was the ability to handle arms. If there's anybody out there in the vast wasteland needing my help, I want to have wings so that I can fly right to them. I know it sounds arrogant, and it might even be a mistake on my part. Even during this last incident, I wanted to help everyone, but in the end, I was the one who needed help. Oh, come on, we could have taken those idiots. We had plenty of heal berries. But even so, I can't turn away from this desire of wanting to help people. Also, I just want to point out, the poster behind Virginia in the background is mirrored, and it's written backwards. She is malfested. I do like Virginia. She's not the typical, like, voluptuous, sort of, stereotypically sexy main character. She has a sense of modesty, and is just kind of an earnest, small-town kind of down-home girl who decides that she's sick of seeing all this shit, and she wants to go out and do something about it. When something sad happens, its memory is engraved into the heart. Nobody wants to have sad memories. Even I know that, so if my arm is able to help even one person out of trouble, dear, you've given this a lot of thought, haven't you? Unlike land, the open sky has no roads for you to follow. There's no one there to guide you. You must find your own destination and fly there with your strength alone. That's what it means to be a drifter in the wasteland. You desire to help people, always make that your destination and fly as far as your wings will take you. If you're ever too tired to fly against the wind, you'll always be welcomed here. Besides, you are family and we are proud of you. I'm sure everyone feels the same way as well. Uncle Tesla, Aunt Shaltae, thank you. And I'm sorry. I've always believed that anyone who can say they're sorry from the bottom of their heart is both strong and brave. I guess with such a strong heart, you deserve my blessing as well. But I think you should tell someone else, too. Go tell your mother in heaven about your decision. I have to say, JRPG as this is, and it isn't completely immune to some of the common JRPG tropes, they definitely did at least a token amount of research on American, Southern, and Southwestern culture here. Mom used to love these flowers. I see them placed here sometimes, but who could be doing it? The young girl heads to her mother's grave to bid farewell to her childhood. Her expertise in arms, taught by her father, bolsters her resolve. That is all she needed. That is all. Her dreams of seeing the world have become her strength and lifts her wings. But the path to the future is often a winding one. Neither do fists or feet clent. It tires some and leads many astray. Arms alone cannot overcome adversity, nor are they the only source of strength. The moment the young girl realizes this, she will truly become a drifter. And also, when she remembers that the bird is the word. And now we are back here. So let's, let's get Jet out of the way first, because his scenario is probably the least interesting of the four. So then we'll have something to look forward to after that. Oh, Denim, the game is going to keep referencing it, so you better believe I'm going to milk it. 1 week before the fateful encounter. Did you correct them, Clint? Jet Enduro, a drifter, who I missed that. But that's not all. He is an outlaw willing to face danger, and won't hesitate to stoop low in order to earn his daily bread. Living for the moment, what is it he truly seeks? Could the answers be found within these ruins? I don't have time to mess around. I gotta find that treasure to make a living. So here we have someone very different. We have somebody who is just a wanderer with only a name, not even a past. That figures, it's locked. Might as well search the area. Yeah, what we have to do, if I remember correctly, is climb up to the roof, and then, when facing a ledge while holding down the directional button or the left analog stick, you may find yourself tottering. Press the X button to jump off the ledge. You can also just run right off a ledge without even having to press the X button. I think it was around this side, and then we go all the way up to the roof, and then, like, there's a hole. Yeah, there's a hole in the roof. We jump down here, then up here. Hello, Riceland, welcome! Yeah, Riceland, this is a PS2 game, but I feel like graphically it's held up a lot better than quite a few other PS2 games from its era. And I think part of the reason why is because it's cel-shaded. It uses these cel-shaded graphics for all the character models. And I feel like that worked out a lot better than many other early forms of 3D. Right. Ah, look, somebody had the key to the ruins all along. I could not agree more, Clint. Yeah, Riceland, this is a cel-shaded game. And especially when it comes to 3D games, games with cel-shaded art styles like this from the PS2 and especially the PS1 generation tended to age a lot better than games that went for what was considered at the time to be a more realistic form of 3D. And yeah, Jet has Accelerator as his special command, which is basically act first all the time. His, unfortunately, drops off in usefulness later on, but in the beginning it can be helpful. Oh, very good, Lynn. Wild Arms 2 was a good game as well. Oh, right, there's a... Around and around we go. Press R1 and L1 to explore. All inserts are treasure galore. It's easy to get dizzy spinning around, so press the R1 and L1 buttons together and north will be found. Graffiti? What is this place? A playground? That is incredible, Clint. Oh, a heelberry. Oh, another thing I should mention about force points is that whatever your character's level is, that amount of force points is added to their FP gauge at the beginning of the battle. So for a level 12 character, that character will start the battle with 12 FP. And what we have to do here is use the boomerang. And we have to dash through that. Because there are traps which can damage you. Who the... Ah, just ignore him. I've got bigger fish to fry. I couldn't find him back there. The only place left is this ruin. The lock to the entrance was already picked by the time we got here. Looks like Pike got here one step ahead of us. Sounds like the person who picked the lock is causing quite a scene. Ah, it's got nothing to do with me, though. Jet is already just done with this. Better move on before this nonsense gets out of hand. Young man, might you be a drifter? Give me a break. One of our youngsters has wandered into these ruins. Would it be too much to ask you to go find him? This place is full of traps and monsters, and none of us can go any further. I'm looking for the crystal flower. That's all. I'm not interested in any manhunt. The crystal flower, but that thing's... We'll offer a reward. Not sure if the amount will be worth your while, but... How much? 200. That amount isn't even worth my time to negotiate. Sorry, but find yourself a good Samaritan. But... Yeah, Zidra, Jet is the biggest JRPG/anime trope. Most of the other characters aren't too bad about that. Many drifters have explored this ruin, but nevertheless, it's still dangerous. Many traps and monsters infest the area. Look at this character design right here. Danger might not mean much to you, but for us common folk, there's no way we can go in any further. That youngster Pike, he's leaving for another village pretty soon so that he can work and send money to us. I just can't stand here knowing he might die. Our only source of income. Can't you think it over? I'm well aware that drifters make a living undertaking dangerous tasks. However, under this sudden circumstance, we're unable to prepare a substantial reward. Please understand and reconsider. This ruin has been plundered by many drifters over the years. You won't find any rare treasure here. But the young lad who is lost is our treasure. In other words, he's the only treasure left in this ruin. Sir, as a drifter, won't you please make it your goal to find the last treasure? Oh, right, that's the exit. A large coffin made of stone. Could it have belonged to an ancient king? The contents seem to have been stolen ages ago. No matter how powerful you were in life, you can't take it with you. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and cry a little more. So, Jet, unfortunately, does not have quite such high evasion as Virginia. But he does have slightly higher defense, as I recall. Those nets should be strong enough to support me. Press the X button while underneath the net to grab on. Once there, press the directional button or left analog stick to move in the desired direction. To hoist yourself up, press the X button by the edge of the net. Ooh, and a mini carrot. I'm pretty sure the items carry over from prior scenarios. Yeah, they do. Right, and now we have to drop down onto that thing in the middle. Grumpy, you can get the PS4 version of this game on PS5. Which is what I'm doing. Another thing about Jet is that he has higher attack power than Virginia, so enemies tend to die a little faster. And what we do here is we flip on top of the net, and this is a little bit weird because I don't think they ever specifically taught us how to do this. Yeah, Zedra, this game is definitely more puzzle-heavy than the average JRPG. And the puzzles are not generally all that obnoxious. At least not in the main dungeons. There are some optional challenges called Millennium Puzzles that can be pretty brutal, but the mandatory ones aren't too bad. Oh, right. Traps and status ailments such as poison can hurt you even outside of combat. Damage inflicted from poison or traps cannot lower your HP to 0, so you need not fear death when walking around. Be careful, however, since starting a battle with low HP can be hazardous to your health. What's with the spears, huh? Totally forgot about those. And it only did 3 damage to us, fortunately. No, Jalapeno, they're basically like, Have you ever played Catherine? They're a little bit like that. You scared me. I thought you were a monster. No, I ain't here to hurt you either. I have other plans, although I'm not so sure my source is reliable. Wait, are you a drifter? Were you hired to find me and take me back? Then you're here a little too early, you know. So you're the one everyone's making a fuss about. Don't worry, I have no intention at all to take you back against your will. I'm just here for the treasure. Excuse me. Hey, hello? I thought I already told you I'm just here for the treasure. Is it the crystal flower you're looking for? Why, you know something? Yeah, that thing's pretty famous. Everyone from these parts knows about it. So where is it? Tell me everything you know. Well, I have no idea where it is now, but... Where is it now? What do you mean by that? Well, like I said, the legend of the crystal flower is really famous. I think it was just the other day that a drifter girl came here and took it. Damn, someone beat me to it. Or maybe I was just duped by my informant. That's too bad. I hear there's nothing worthwhile left in these ruins. And everyone says this ruin is unstable, so if there isn't anything here for you, it's best that you leave now. Then let me ask you, what are you doing here if you know how dangerous this place is? Well, fortunately, Chorkley, the block puzzles in this game aren't quite as involved as Catherine. But they can be pretty nasty all the same. I'm here looking for treasure, just like you. But this is a treasure only I know about. Yo, I think something's coming. Yeah, I think I got something too. This isn't the time. Either you help me out or run away. Now, which is it? Sorry, neither. I've come here for my treasure and I'm not leaving without it. I won't be able to survive in a faraway place if I don't take this with me. It's a sentimental treasure that reminds me of this land, where I grew up. You can get as sentimental as you want, but that's none of my concern. I don't think this sucker cares for it much either. Oh, look, it's Tetzelworm! Who would have thought we'd see him here, in a Western game? So this boss, if I remember correctly, is going to require us to use Accelerator. Well, Clint, the answer to that question is a bit spoilery, but... kinda? Actually, Clint, the answer is, Jet is very heavily influenced by Cyborg 009. I believe these two franchises came out, well, this entry in the Wild Arms series came out just about the same time as that anime. And didn't Cyborg 009 also use a weapon called the Arget Lam? Or something like that, Clint? Yami, the only reason I know is because I played this game way back in the day, and I ended up finding out over the course of talking to a couple of my friends about it that that it influenced Wild Arms 3. It regenerated? Fine, this time I'm going to make you eat bullets before you get the chance to heal. Jet can use the Force ability Accelerator by expending 25 FP. Accelerator raises your metabolism temporarily, allowing you to act first. So what we have to do here is... Oh, and we got a dragon fossil. Those are used for upgrading weapons. Thanks to you, I was able to find my treasure, but it looks like you've ended up empty-handed. I doubt there'll be any more monsters of that size, but we'd better get out of here fast. You might not have found what you were looking for, but the longer we stay here, the higher the chances of us getting buried alive. Yeah, Clint, that's why I say this is like all the Berserk references in the Souls games. Somebody on the dev team for Wild Arms 3 was a really big fan of Cyborg 009. And as for his weapon... Well, okay, influences, Chorkley, however you like. Really, Rando? They did? Was it terrible, like all other Netflix adaptations? Indeed, Clint. Oh no, I know, Chorkley. I take your meaning, don't worry. I could have sworn somewhere around here there was... Yeah, there's a secret door in the wall over there, but... I'm trying to figure out how to... Huh? Oh, I guess it was just an event. Damn it! All this trouble, and yet I'm getting nothing out of it. Hey, are you alright? That last battle must have shaken things up a bit. By the way, about that treasure you dug up. Oh, here, it probably doesn't even compare to what you usually charge. Ah! A slingshot, a baseball, and a photo. It's all junk. That ain't something you'd risk your life over. You don't have to get so mad. I said it wasn't worth much. These are all toys from my childhood. They're my fond memories of growing up here. We used to play in this ruin before it got infested by monsters. As a child, I thought every moment would last forever, but as time went by, I grew up and now I'm an adult. I only have a week left before I go away to a faraway land to work. That means I only have 1 week left of my childhood. Boy, that's a big mood right there. To tell you the truth, I'm scared to death. Would I be able to adapt to an unknown place? Moreover, would I be able to stay true to who I am? I'm scared I won't be myself anymore. That's why I want to take with me the memories of who I am now, so I won't forget. That's something I'll never understand. I don't have any memories I want to hold on to. That's why I'm a drifter. I'm free as a bird to fly wherever I want. I have no worries. Maybe except for my income. Oh, Jet. I can't pay you or offer any treasure, but I can help you get out of here. You know this ruin well? Yeah, it was a cutscene. I told you I used to play here. It's a bit dangerous, but we can make it out of here through this door. Hurry, we don't have much time. So even though he is a bit of a JRPG trope, Jet's not all bad. Underneath that snide... Well, not snide, but, that, standoffish exterior of his, he's a decent dude. Yeah, Chorkley, that's kind of what I mean, is Jet... He does have that sort of edgelord persona, but underneath that, he's, at the very least, honest. He's honest with himself, and he's reasonably honest with other people. He doesn't really waste any time being a huge emo edgelord, like, for example, Squall. I guess in some ways, Yami, yeah, I can see the similarities. I do appreciate all these Gimmel coins we're getting. You do generally want to hold on to your Gimmel coins, but I'm fairly sure they sell for a decent amount of money if memory serves. Oh, right, we have to... Yeah. Right, okay. Then up here. Then down here? There we are. And then up here. Good. Sounds like it's settled down. It wouldn't do me any good if I died here, even if I did find my memories. Just like this ruin, don't memories eventually crumble and fade away? Why is he so passionate about it? We have no time to waste. Come on, let's hurry. My ticket will be useless if I miss the train. You're taking a train? I didn't know there was a station around here. There isn't. The closest station from here would probably take me about 5 days on foot. And it'll take me about another day by train to reach my destination. Even though I have a week left before I start work, today's the only day I have to pack everything. That's why I don't have time. Why don't you leave later? Speaking of trains, there's supposedly one transporting a great treasure. Because of that, there's a strict screening of all passengers for every single train. I was really lucky to get a ticket under these circumstances, all thanks to the villagers. Well, we gotta get out of here first. Yeah, that's right. And this is where I feel like a more stereotypical JRPG protagonist would be going all edgelord on poor Pike. But Jet's just playing it straight. He's just having regular conversations with the guy, which it's sad that that's something I find noteworthy and appreciable, but it's credit to the game for not going too hard on those tropes. Phew, alright. I don't know what I would have done if the device was broken. Looks like we'll make it out okay. This door leads to the main hall. We're almost there. Good. By the way, can you tell me more about that train in detail? The one transporting the treasure? Sure, but why? I doubt you'll be able to get a ticket. Let's just say it will be my reward for saving you. Don't worry about the ticket. I'll think of something. Okay, deal. I'll tell you more once we make it out. But seriously, thanks a lot. I never imagined I'd be able to experience something so exciting on my last day here. This is a memory we'll share forever. Memory? What, this? Surprise, idiots! Afterwards, Jet looked into that train Pike talked about. He managed to jump on board and waited for an opportunity to infiltrate. A sudden impact and the chaos that ensued gave him the perfect chance to break in. With the treasure in plain sight, this was where he would encounter 3 strangers. Were they friend or foe? The darkness that opened up before him seemed endless, as if obscured by the world's future. The train Jet had boarded was still making its way through the long, endless tunnel. Except it wasn't, it was out in the middle of a prairie. But never mind that. Metaphors. Rando, most of those tropes were already pretty well defined by this game's era. Alright, so that leaves us with Clive and Gallows. You know what? Let's do Gallows next, because his is kind of comic relief. Breakfast, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I guess I'll holla, because I'm sleep deprived. Gallows is also the only scenario where you get to explore the world map a little bit. So let's do his next. His is pretty funny, so we'll enjoy this. 5 days before the fateful encounter. Gallows Carradine, age 24. He has turned his back on his lineage and destiny and recently took to the wasteland as a drifter. Yearning to escape his fate, he harnesses his inherent strength so that he may live freely. However, he has yet to realize the true meaning of his actions. He's also reading the Filgaia Times. Little does he know that it is his very lineage and destiny that gives him such strength. I'll be darned if this is true. Sam of Stars, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I want to take a moment, by the way, to just read the article on the Arc Scepter. Because it's written in sort of English, but it's written in clearly English that was done by somebody on the dev team that never got a localization pass. Arc Scepter. Lost in the Wastelands? Don't want perish horribly? Sounds like a job for Call Whistle. Just give a quick toot and up to 4 living, breathing horses will materialize, poof, before your very eyes. Yes, trudging through the hot sands on the verge of death, only... and then behind it, in the lower right, it's obscured by the dialogue, but something loses its job if about the health of a mysterious roaming, and then in the upper left, rather, of a mysterious roaming something aiding drifters throughout wastelands. While the dashing something appears, he offers something items of healing and restoration, but is then gone as quickly as he came, only to appear something traveling adventures, something their greatest need. Among something his breath mints are something for handling. So, yeah, I always found it funny reading the little bit of English or English that they put in this newspaper to make it look realistic. The sacred artifact of Basker, known as the Arc Scepter, will be delivered via transcontinental train to Basker Colony. This artifact is said to be capable of communicating with the powers that sustain the world. The transport of such a priceless artifact is sure to generate curiosity, especially among train robbers, as... Now, the stupid thing about this is, realistically, the transport of something this valuable would be kept a very strict secret. Nobody would let word of this out. This would be a private transport job on the down low. The fact that it is in the newspapers is asinine. Oh, let's see, breakfast. You got yourself some ice cream. Okay, Yummy, have a good one. Wow, breakfast, what kind of ice cream is this? Blue and white? I don't think I've ever seen blue ice cream before. Not like that, anyway. Yeah, Zedra, this is basically just a big old red carpet and a sign saying train robbers, no need to apply. Yeah, Rando, but there's something about journalistic integrity where you would think that they wouldn't report on sensitive national security issues like this. Oh, okay, breakfast. Would you go to Dairy Queen or something? Are they open already? The sacred artifact of Basker, the Arc Scepter? And it's on a train? Look at Gallows, he's like, what the hell is this? Then... what the heck is this Arc Scepter that I'm holding now? Dull. Freaking Gallows, man. Aw, man. Yeah, I know, Yami, I know. 3 months earlier... I know, Chorkley, I know. What are we even thinking? Are you really going, brother? Oh, okay, breakfast, cool. So, it bears mentioning here, Gallows is a member of the Basker tribe. They are a distinct race of people on Filgaia that are different from other people. The Baskers basically are the only remaining humans who have the ability to commune with ancient spirits. And they are very, very obviously and overtly influenced by real-life Native Americans. I also have always found it funny that Shane here is Gallo's brother, his younger brother, but Shane has a normal name, and Gallo's, well... Are you really going, brother? Heck yeah! Those of priestly lineage must enter the priesthood, right? Well, not me. Why the heck do I have to follow some stale old tradition? I'm gonna live freely. No one's gonna tell me what to do. This is a PS4 version, Breakfast. Well, you don't have to take the sacred artifact of Bhaskar with you. Sacred artifact, Arc Scepter. It enables us to control and communicate with the powers that sustain the world. Yeah, pretty much, Sam. That's pretty darn amazing. If I could make use of that thing, then I'll have nothing to fear in the wasteland. But even if things don't work out, I can always sell it and live off the money for a while. What an ass. What's even greater would be to see Granny's jaw drop. I do not understand you at all, but I do accept your decision. However, I will neither help you nor intervene in your affair. That's my kid brother, just the answer I wanted to hear. You take after me, you're so quick-witted. Ah ha ha. Ah ha. Ah ha. By the way, where is that slow-witted granny of ours? I have not seen her since this morning. Perhaps she's at the altar, or... Don't tell me the Southern Sanctuary. Aw, man. Talk about bad timing, just when I was about to head off there. That good-for-nothing granny? That's not a nice thing to say. Anyway, your decision still stands? Of course. Shall I augur your future with my dream sight, brother? You would like to know, wouldn't you? Who's Zedra? Gallows? Nah, no thanks. I don't know, I mean, it's close enough. Definitely not exactly identical, but you can clearly tell it's him. Sideswipe, those discrepancies are just the limitations of early 3D. And honestly, imagine how much worse it would look if these were not cel-shaded models. Nah, no thanks. It's almost guaranteed that my future will be bright. It'd spoil all the fun if I knew how good it was going to be. Brother! It's not like I'll never see you again. Relax. I'll be back with stories about what I see and experience on Filgaia, so wipe that frown off your face. Okay. Please take care. Sad Shane is really, really depressing. So, these right here... Beep. Hello, save your game. These guys right here are save points, so you do not necessarily need to use a Gimmel coin. There are also a very specific number of these guys in the game. And... I don't know, Rando, I feel like the models are at least reasonably realistically proportioned. Breakfast, these save points are actually named after dwarves from Norse mythology. And there are a very specific number of them. I think there are like 25 or 33 or something like that. But every save point in the game is named after a different dwarf from Norse mythology. I think it's Norse mythology. So these guys are also a reference. Or they were influenced by outside sources anyway. But Breakfast, to give you a better answer to your question, I believe these things are supposed to be like tape recorders. It is also a little bit goofy that they're sort of caricaturized as wearing ponchos and sombreros. beep, goodbye, take care. Why, if it isn't the Carradine boy, what pranks are you plotting today? You want to talk about a scary face? This right here. Ugh, nightmare fuel. How'd you guess? Oh, you may have grown since the days I used to change your diapers, but you can't hide anything from me. Hello, Super EJ, welcome. Yeah, you want to help me out? Oh, you're gonna let me in on your plan? How exciting, what is it? I want to run away and be free. Ha! Now that's something. I knew you weren't no small-time basker. When are you leaving? Here, take this. You can pay me back when you're rich and famous. 5 heelberries. So, despite a terrifying face, Ellen here is all right. And 3 Gimel coins. I also appreciate that the interior design in Basker Village reflects the culture of the people who live here. Because when you go inside houses in other parts of the world, they don't look like this. They look more like Western. Whereas everything in here looks a lot more tribal. There are 3 things you'll need when traversing the wasteland. Look at this guy right here. This one has the makings of an anime villain. Or like an anti-hero, maybe. The strength to defend yourself, accurate information on your destination, and the search system. Press the square button when you're out in the wasteland to deploy search waves. If you have the right information about your destination, you should see a map symbol reveal itself. Once you uncover a map symbol, it stays visible as long as you retain the destination on your map. Likewise, you'll never find your destination until you discover its symbol. Well, breakfast, I mean, a snakeskin can double as the second thing. And there are certainly no shortage of snakes in the desert. Search well unless you like going in circles. One of the things I really appreciate about this game is that almost every character design could be a main character in another game. They're just all really unique. The consciousness known as the Guardians protects our way of life in Basker. No, it protects the entire world. Just really, really interesting character designs. Even within the same village, the same tribe, everybody looks unique. There isn't a single reused NPC model in this game. Not one. We people of Baskar live our lives enforcing the will of the Guardians. It is our sacred duty. Well, EJ, it's never too late to replay them. As you know, we fulfill our duties without question. But still, we want you to remain proud of your heritage as a descendant of a priest. Recently, we think you've lost your pride. Your medium is a materialization of the power of Sturdark, the Water Guardian. Befitting its watery nature, the medium takes on whatever form its user wishes. We Baskers take great pride in the fact that we are blessed with the Guardian's powers. We know not why you turn your back on their glory, spurring nothing but insults upon Basker tradition. I believe this girl will tell you unique dialogue about each different Guardian spirit that you're equipped with when you speak to her, depending on which one you have equipped. Like, look at this! Our history as Baskars is intertwined with the history of this world. Yeah, EJ, it does! And yeah, Sam, here again, not a single reused character model or character portrait. Each character in this game is completely and totally unique, and that is something special, especially for a PS2 game. Well, you're from a priestly family, so you know all about that, right? Yeah, like the back of my hand. Really? Well, if you say so, I'm not about to lecture you. But the least you could do is try to wear something more respectable. I don't know, I mean... chaps and a fringed duster seems respectable enough to me. Oh, also... yeah, Rando, that seems to have happened a fair bit, unfortunately. With a lot of these old series. I'm trying to remember if there was anything in here. I think this is just a supply shed. No, we got... I didn't even see what we got. I think we just got a heelberry. Oh, just for the sound effect, Clint, because it's funny. If you talk to the dog multiple times quickly over and over again... it just plays the same bark sound effect over and over. Amateur, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And there is Grandma Carradine. So, I see you're back visiting the altar. Wonders never cease. Granny, so this is where you were. I thought you'd gone off to the Southern Sanctuary. Well, why? Is that where you're headed? No, not at all. Why would I want to go there? I was looking for you, Granny. I see. So what is it? I just want to take a moment to say right now, Shane and Gallo's grandma is one of the best characters in the game. I'm honestly astonished that she's not a party member, because she's absolutely tough enough to be one. One look at your bright smile made me forget what I was going to ask. I'll come back once I remember. I don't know what you're plotting in the Southern Sanctuary, but remember it's also called the Fallen Sanctuary. Your half-baked skills are no match for its traps and contrivances, and don't you forget it. An altar covered in elaborate runes stands firmly in the middle of the room. This cavern is the best place to take a nap. It's always so nice and comfy all year long. Oh, whoops. Actually, I think there might be some stuff in Gallo's house. Shane, are you okay, buddy? Wow, I know you give up easy, but I never expected you back so soon. You let me down, brother. Actually, Shane, I just came back for treasure. Oh, that's right, Shane wanders around. Funny, I was wide awake a moment ago, but once I got close to this bed, I started feeling so sleepy. Bruh. Well, Clint, presumably these houses all have smoke holes in the roof. I mean, they should. Oh, very good, Amateur. Ah, and I see you got what looks like chicken cutlet with gravy. Wow, gravy, mashed potatoes. What am I looking at here, amateur? That's, that looks like, Rotkraut? Did you go to a German restaurant? Because this looks more than a little bit like schnitzel. Ah, you did go to a German restaurant. Okay, I was gonna say, some of these items on your plate look awfully familiar. Ah. Oh, the temple. Okay, Clint, gotcha. Excellent, amateur. I'm glad you were able to get out to a restaurant. Right, and now we are going to get out to the world map. Yeah! Excellent, Shorkley. Excellent. I approve. Yeah, Clint, you will quickly find that this game is full of references. Good vegetarian dishes to make. Well, Sam of Stars, what vegetables do you have on hand to work with? Give me an idea of what's in your fridge, and I'll give you an idea of what you can do with it. Now, another interesting thing about Gallows is that because he comes from a priestly lineage, he has access to spells. So we're gonna just build some FP here. Also, some enemies in this game use moves that either do nothing or that are just kind of a joke. And that Sinister Stare action is one such move. This is basically the enemy skipping its turn. Of course, that's not helping me gain FP. And I'm pretty sure I'll one-shot it if I attack it, which I don't want to do. There we go. So now, we built up a little bit of FP. Now we can use Pressure, Refrigerate, Heal, and Analyze. Now, one of the interesting things about the player characters in this game is that they don't all follow quite the same trope that you would expect them to as far as character archetypes go. Gallows is one of the tougher characters in the game. He has more HP than anybody else in the party, and he also has more defensive capability than anybody else. And you would expect that with that being the case, and also with the fact that he is physically the biggest and tallest and most muscular character, you'd expect him to be the tank, but actually, he's the mage. Gallows' stats are focused on defense up to a point, but actually he has the highest magic stat in the game. So he is your magic damage dealer. And he has a very interesting weapon as well, which is a sawn-off shotgun. And his weapon works a little bit differently than everyone else's, because his weapon actually reflects the way that buckshot works. And his attacks will randomly deal damage to the enemy depending upon how many of the pellets land. For the time being, though, oh, this is resistant. Well, I guess we will have an opportunity to Alright, Sam, you keep spinach, onions, mushrooms, and tomatoes. Beyond that, you'd have to go look. Yeah, why don't you have a look, Sam? Take a look, and I'll give you an idea of what you could do. Also, let me know if you have cheese, Sam. Unless you're a vegan vegetarian and you don't eat cheese either. You do have cheese, okay. Yeah, let me know what else you're working with, Sam, so that I can give you the best possible answer. Oh, I don't think I have the world map yet. Also, I just want to say, the world map theme in this game is great. Really gives you a sense of wandering alone in a desert. In the Wild West. There we are. You find stuff on the world map by using these search waves. The NPC back in town told us about that. Sometimes the wind from the east carries flower seeds to the west. Maybe flower fields grow east of here. Nah, Dial D, Wild Arms. I think there were also some hidden consumable items on the map here. Oh, another sign. Head northwest to find the Bastion of Guardians, Basker Colony. There we are. This, I think, is... yeah, the Fallen Sanctuary. So that's our destination, but... it is a little bit tedious covering all this ground, but I'm pretty sure... yes, there we go. The Southern Sanctuary lies further south, past the mountains between the sacred peaks of Zenom. Let's check out what else there is here first, because... I'm pretty sure there's a train station and maybe another town around here. Usually you can find train stations by just hugging the tracks. And a fun thing we can do here... we might not even have enough time, because these things are going to die too quickly. Yeah! Punch him! What we can do now is we can... oh, well, there's only one left, so I guess that doesn't help us at all. Oh, okay, Sam, no problem. Right. We ran out of encounter gauge, so now I have to fight. Oh, this might not be great. Yeah, okay, I guess I ran into enemies that I was not... I don't remember there being enemies this strong here. I don't remember there being a way to flee. There must be, though. Alright, hang on. We might be able to pull this off. Nope. Yeah, I remember unlocking it shortly. Okay, what we're gonna have to do here is... we're gonna have to rely on items. I don't remember how much HP these things even have, but... 300 HP, okay. Items and dumb luck indeed, Clint. But once we built up some FP, we'll be doing okay. We can do this. I just have to, I have to be a little bit more careful about it. And actually, this will work out pretty well, because we can get lots of experience from these things. There we go. They're weak against ice. I thought that might be the case. I know Gallows has an element that they're weak against. I couldn't remember which one it was. The other cool thing is, if you finish an enemy with an elemental attack, they will usually drop a gem of that element. I could have sworn there was something over here. Maybe we just haven't found the information on it yet to unlock it. Because I'm pretty sure the town of Jolly Roger was over here. Okay, these guys again. Well, that's fine. Hello, Fontes! Welcome! 3 of them might be too many. This might be a problem, actually. Yup. The problem here is Gallows is slow enough that he goes after all of them. Okay, I have an idea. I know, right, Clint? It's humiliating. Okay, so I have an idea as to what we can do here. What we can do is we spam heal berries on every turn until he builds up enough FP to use extension and refrigerate. Gallows, unfortunately, because he's such a slow character, his evasion is trash, and he will almost never dodge any attacks. So we just spam heal berries until we've got enough FP. Which we should have now. And what we're going to want to do here is use extension to cast Refrigerate on all enemies. Okay, or on that group anyway. Oh, good, and we dodged an attack, which means we are doing okay. We'll be able to survive one more. We were very lucky there. Alright, we're in good shape. So now we can just use Refrigerate on this one. And we're good. Oh, and we got a heal berry back. Very good. Indeed, Clint. Indeed you were. Okay, I guess what's over here is not detectable to us yet. Okay, this, I guess, is going to be the same deal. Oh, hello, Kitsune mon ami. I see you're familiar with this game. You know what? We might be in a bit of trouble here because these caterpillars are not grouped. they're all separate, so using extension on them might, we might need more FP. Yeah, it does kind of stick in your head, Kitsune, doesn't it? Whose Gallows, Kitsune? His only ends up being a little bit longer than the others because of the world map. And I mean, I remember where to go. I'm just being stupid and going where I know I'm not supposed to. Yeah, see, now we might be in trouble. Because these ones aren't grouped, so I can only take out one at a time no matter what. Might be that we wait for Gatling, because... Oh, it took a while my first time as well, Kitsune, but I've been through the game a few times now, so I generally remember. I mean, it's been a long time since I've played it, but... Welcome back, Monotone! Yeah, that's true, Clint. That's probably a good idea on your part to get that out of the way now. I'm trying to remember whether level 2 extension will let us attack all enemies regardless. I think level 1 is only groups. Level 2 might be everything on the map. I don't remember, but it's worth checking. Welcome back, Monotone. Welcome back, Mantis Man. Oh, very good, Clint. It is very efficient to kill the enemies in RE games with a knife. Alright, can we hit them all with extension now? No, we can't. Well, that's a bit of a problem. And we can't use Gatling. Oh, because it requires 60. Come to think of it, I don't remember this being the case, but it might be that, it might be that having more FP increases your defense. Actually, I think we can kill one now. With a little bit of luck. Yeah, because now they're not dealing as much damage. Yeah, okay, we're doing all right. Well, that was a lot of heal berries, but... And actually, I could have been using heal. I totally forgot that I had heal. Oh, good. And we gained a level, which we do desperately need. Spartoy, huh? These guys hurt, but... Yeesh! Okay, I've definitely wandered into a tricky area. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna use an ice gem. Oh, they're resistant. Okay. Got it. That doesn't work. Man, not nearly. That's a good question, Clint. I don't know the answer. Warrior, yes, I forgot that this area had enemies that were as dangerous as they are. Alright, let's see. What are we dealing with here? Oh, good. Seven experience, 9 Gela. Halved resistance. Oh, weakness is light, of course. 128 HP. it halves water and ice, so actually this is terrible. Fortunately, at the very least, we can keep healing till we accumulate some FP, because casting spells doesn't actually consume FP. You just have to have a minimum amount of FP to cast. And that minimum amount depends on the spell. Yeah, Clint, you'd think that the sun would be a little bit more help for that, but... Fortunately, dodging attacks gives you a ton of FP. And the more FP we accumulate, apparently the less damage we take. I don't remember that being the case, but... it seems to be. Yeah, Clint, I agree. So we just accumulate it maybe up to 100, which should give us enough defense to deal with these guys. And then I'm getting out of this area of the map. Because these battles are inefficient. This is too dangerous to be worth farming quite yet. Ah, nice, Clint. Excellent. Now, if only we could dodge a couple more attacks. I think we'd be able to get to another tier of defense at 75 FP. Also, I don't remember healing being so pathetic. I remember it healing for a little bit more. That's true, Clint. It probably was. Alright, now that we're at 77 FP, we are in a spot where I might be able to use Gatling. Although I think getting it to 100 would be ideal. I kind of wish I had some of the support spells at this point. Because those would definitely make it a little easier to survive. Once we get to 100 FP, we might have enough Gatling to be able to take one of these guys out. It probably would, Clint, because I would be long since out of MP by now. Yeah, now they're doing like 17 damage to us, 18. Now I'm catching up on healing. This is true, Clint. Look at Nintendo's products. Ideally, I would like to dodge an attack to buy us a little bit of extra leeway here. Actually, though, as much of a pain as it is, I'm glad that we had this little experience, because otherwise I don't think I would have realized that having higher FP gives you a defense boost. And maybe also a damage boost, for all I know. I don't remember that being the case in the first couple of playthroughs of this game that I did, but... But I think now we should be able to survive. Yeah. Oh, this is going to take a while, but we can definitely make it work. Oh, good. Oh, excellent. 2 dodges in a row. Perfect. Alright, and unfortunately we don't have any light elemental magic, but... We might be able to do a little more damage like this. It'll still be cut in half, but... yeah, okay. That's a little better. Wow, breakfast. It doesn't seem like it, Mantis Man. My guess is it would just be defense and attack. I mean, the defense bonus is obvious. They were doing 40, 50 damage to us at the beginning of the battle, and now they're doing 19. The important thing is now we can actually go on the offensive a little bit and start making progress toward killing these guys. Once we get rid of the one, it'll be a lot easier to deal with the other. I think we can get away with another cast here. Now, though, we need to start healing. What's that, Clint? Oh, amazing. Clint, that reminds me of Birkin 1 in Resident Evil 2, the first fight against Birkin. You could spend 20 minutes running away from him and taking pot shots at him with a pistol, or just walk up and knife him a few times when he's down. Same here, Reinbach. Same here. Okay, and we dodged an attack there, so... we'll get one more heal in. And then one or two more spells ought to take out that first Spartoy that we've been chipping away at. There we go. Now it ought to be a little bit better. A little more even. Boy, I'll tell you one thing. It is not going to be worth the amount of experience and money I will get from these guys. Honestly, I wish I had a Gela card and an EXP card for this. Just to make it slightly less terrible. Gatling would give us... You know, I think we're safe to try Gatling now. Oh, okay, maybe not. Well, mini carrot it is. At least now it's only the one guy, though, so... he will not be able to outpace our healing. Man, this is going to be tougher than most of the boss fights that we'll be doing in this game. This is sad. By the time all is said and done, we'll have had a harder time with this than some of the optional bosses. All right. Yeah, our standard attack is still doing very subpar damage. Echo Drop, I feel like not enough people have VR for it to be worth Capcom releasing Resident Evil games on VR. Oh, I guess pressure is doing more. No, Echo Drop, I did not hear. Is that actually a thing? You know, Breakfast, that's a solid point. I can't argue with that, really. On the Oculus? Really, Echo Drop? No, I didn't hear. Ah, hello, Bone. Welcome. Sounds like getting the newbies acclimated was a little bit exhausting. That's fair, Gial. It just seems like a strange decision. Oh, that would be why I missed it, Echo Drop. I wasn't paying attention to the RE8 demo. I suppose it gets some people talking, Gial. Apparently it didn't get enough people talking for me to have heard of it before now. But I guess all of you did, so that's something. There, sheesh. 14 experience and 18 Gela. Unbelievable. Now that right there is a disproportionately bad reward. We need to get the bloody hell out of this zone. Oh, okay. Well, at least this time it's just one. Welcome back, Clint. Yeah, that's how it goes. Fortunately, it's only the one guy this time, so it'll be tedious, but nowhere near as tedious as dealing with 3 of them. Oh yeah, Bone, they really went all out with the whistling in the Wild Arms series. Not just this game, but every Wild Arms game has a very prominent whistle instrumentation in the soundtrack. Shotgun Hunter. Let's just get back to full HP before we go attacking this guy. Well, Breakfast, Resident Evil 4 wasn't completely first person. If I remember correctly, you could play it as a third-person game. It was just like a third-person game with iron sights, as I recall. Oh, I see what you're saying, Breakfast. I gotcha. Yeah, that is fair. Not that damage. I don't know, Hunter. I feel like there should be an option for that, because definitely that will make some people super motion sick and disoriented, but not everybody, so I feel like that's something they could put in a toggle for, you know? To turn off realistic suplexes in VR. Oh, someone will find a way no matter what, Hunter. Wayward probably just, to bring in more money. Because usually these kinds of, low-effort ports that don't require a lot of extra work, that's what they are. They're the developers saying, we have an idea as to how we could make some quick cash with minimal investment. That's usually what it boils down to. Oh, hey, Magnus! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you doing? It's good to see you! Hello and welcome, everybody coming in with the raid. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Badly, as I'm doing now. Hang on a minute, let me... Guys, go check out my buddy Magnus. The guy with the chainmail tie. He's a fantastic dude, really chill. Lots of fun to hang out with. Great guy. There we go. Yeah, who would have thought, Sam? Ah, Magnus, I didn't know you were familiar with Wild Arms 3. Oh, breakfast. Hello, the Doctor. Welcome. I'm gonna head back to Basker Village and... rest. Unfortunately, I don't think the merchant is around yet, so I can't buy more heal berries, but fortunately, the enemies around here drop them. Whenever you learn something new, try going back to a place you've scanned before. You could find the map symbol you're looking for or encounter other mysteries you're waiting to uncover. No, I don't think the merchant is here yet. You're next in line for the priesthood. You'd be working so much harder without your brother's help. Shane's doing all he can so that you can follow your dreams. Honestly, Shane's better suited to that job than Gallows in the first place. Hey, you do the best you can with what you've got, Breakfast. You gotta work within certain hardware limitations, you know? Ah, interesting, Echo Drop. Now, I probably ought to be fighting these battles, if for no other reason than just to get more heal berries, because, jeez. And I think the enemies in here might be a little bit more worthwhile. Alright, get ready, Arc Scepter, because here I come. I've got the power of Arcana in my medium. As long as I've got that, no ordinary monster here can stand up to me. The ones outside, on the other hand... Gallows has invoked a medium called the Aqua Wisp. It enables certain powers called Arcana, which can be used in battle. You can only use Arcana when you have enough FP for the type of Arcana you wish to cast. Using Arcana, however, never costs FP. Except when you cast it with extension. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that, because now I can't get back out. Oh, right, this plays every time you load a game. Oh, and we got the whistle version. Do you kids like anime? Do you like it, though? Yeah, Clint, it does, doesn't it? It might have been the same people. I think MediaVision is the company that did the animated cutscenes, or the bumpers in this game. Also, the bumpers that you see are different for each chapter of the game. So the one we saw there gave us a little bit of a preview of the villain of the first chapter, who looks uncannily like the protagonist of Wild Arms 2, and even has an identical weapon. Oh, no, Clint, we're where we're supposed to be here. This is, the damage numbers here are Gallows' weapon being inconsistent because it's a shotgun. And no, we're not going to be here for too long because the way this works is every enemy here in the Sanctuary is weak against one or the other of the elements Gallows can use. So if we use extension... Oh, okay. I guess I wasn't paying attention, and they weren't grouped. That's the annoying thing about AoE spells in this game, is that if you cast them with extension to turn a single target spell into an AoE, it only works on enemies in battle that are grouped. Very good, Wayward. And I guess it's just these guys. There we go. Well, that was a pretty measly crit on Gallows' part, but physical attacks really are not Gallows' forte. His forte is nukes. Let's get one more level here before we commit to going in. Actually, oh, they are just weak against ice. Okay, and 54 HP. You learn something new every day, eh, Clint? Real original naming on the part of the devs at Nintendo, huh? There we are. Now we're doing decent amounts of damage. Oh, and they also drop heal berries, actually, so probably would be worthwhile to get a few of those while we're here. We should still be able to kill it with pressure. Whoops. Not remotely what I intended. I also see that, unfortunately, the load times in this game are not improved on PS5. There we are. And actually, it's also a good thing that we're stocking up on these gems, because if I remember correctly, the gems can be sold for a fairly decent amount of money, which is a lot more than we would be able to get from random battles. You see that we're getting like 8, 9 Gela per battle. The gems, I believe, sell for 100 or so, maybe even a little more. I could believe it, Clint. Well, Bone, maybe they're just this universe's version of horrendous mutated pill bugs. All right. We will use a Gimel coin here. And now, let's see if... Oh, okay. Yeah, I think maybe this level, or at least the next level, we'll be able to handle some of the enemies around here. I keep forgetting. Actually, what is the deal with these things? What are they weak against? Light, huh? Yeah, I suppose it's unsurprising, Clint. Yeah. These Legion-looking things. Oh. These guys? Okay. Well, thanks for the force points, idiots. Oh, and they drop Gimel coins. Right, I forgot. We actually should capitalize on that then, because I am running low on Gimel coins. These guys, at least, I can two-turn. And they do no damage to us at this point, so that helps too. Plus, this is a good way of getting some elemental gems. Hello, Sam, welcome! Ah, here we are. Yeah, this is a lot more manageable now. And now we have plenty of ice gems to work with, so we can get an ice attack in on the first turn. So bizarre to see enemies of such drastically different levels of strength in the same zone. You know, these guys might also just have terrible accuracy. That does occur to me. Oh, come on. I forgot they weren't grouped. That's the one problem with this game, is enemies are never grouped consistently in battles. Sometimes all 4 enemies will be grouped together. Sometimes they'll be grouped into 2 or 3 separate teams. I think it was over here that we were encountering the caterpillars. Yes, okay. I do remember this being a thing in other parts of the game as well, where you can kind of skirt the coastline in certain spots, and you'll be able to encounter enemies you're not supposed to be able to encounter yet. Just because the enemy encounter zones are not placed precisely. Yeah, because here, it's these guys again. Right. Oh, I hate when that happens, Bone. I don't know if there's ever going to be a patch for it. Or if there is, it won't be for many, many more generations till we evolve the patch ourselves. Yeah, see, now they're just groups of 2 instead of 4. Hey, Cesartlu! And Shersha, hello! It's good to see you! How are you doing? I hope these guys drop a few more Gimmel coins. Well enough, thank you, Cesartlu. How about yourself? Yeah, see, now they're all part of one group, rather than grouped into 2 separate groups. Oh, good. Well, that was a bit of a waste, but I'll take it. Man, again, geez, Gallows. Now he's just showing off, styling on these weak enemies that don't have a chance to kill him, but... Ah, glad to hear, Shersha. So you'll be able to eat on a regular schedule again soon. What games are you looking at, Shersha? RE8 Judgment Remastered and a physical copy of Ghost of Tsushima. Ah, very good. Yeah, physical copies are a good idea these days. Especially after that whole fiasco with the PS3 store. Just reminds you why it's a good idea to have physical media. Oh, I did miss that, Shersha. I didn't realize he had COVID, but I'm glad that he made it through. Your father does sound like a tough guy, Shersha. So congratulations to him, and I'm glad everything worked out. Really, Sam? Is RE8 that short? Hey, Rhoda, welcome! Ah, very good, Shersha. Yeah, I never got into Red Dead myself, but I've heard a lot of different things about it. One sitting? Geez, Sam. You can get 20 hours out of it, maybe? Yeah, Bone, for a $70 game, that's not great. Nah, Sam, I totally agree. If it's that short and they're still charging $69.99 for it, or whatever they want for the digital version, then that's unreasonable. And actually, Sam, that would explain why they went so far out of their way to hype it up, is to make people more willing to pay that price for it, probably. Oh, really, Shersha? I haven't been following it very closely. I've watched a couple of my friends stream it. Like, I watched Pat stream it, and I watched Princess Cat Power stream a little bit of it the other day. And, I mean, it looks like it's a good Resident Evil game, but I didn't realize it was that light on content. Oh, Shersha, do you mean Red Dead? I've heard that, Sam, but if a restaurant is trying to charge you 3 times what a good dish is worth, then you're going to have a hard time justifying eating at that restaurant, right? Gotcha, Shersha. Well, yes, Clint, but I hope my meaning was clear. I guess restaurants were a bad example, but... Wayward, that's been happening for a long time. That's not new. Ah, here we go. I don't know, Sam of Stars. I got a lot of replay value out of Resident Evil 2. The remake, I mean. RE2 Remake has a lot of different stuff that you can do on subsequent playthroughs, and then it has all the extra scenarios, like it's got Hunk and Tofu, and the remake has, in fact, Tofu and Friends, as it were. But if you're only in it to play the main scenario, and the main scenario is only 6 hours long, then, yeah, no. Really, Rada? So it sounds like maybe they didn't give themselves enough time, or they weren't ambitious enough, or both. We should probably leave the Evil Peninsula now and start heading back to rest at, Basker Village. Oh, Fennec, we're not talking about the timer for speedrun purposes. We're talking about how much content there actually is in the game. You know, how long it is for the purposes of getting your money's worth. I see, Rada. How are we doing on Gimmel coins now? Okay, we're back up to 7. That's good. Yeah, Fennec, that's still too short for a $70 game. Well, Sideswipe Prime, I think that would help explain why Resident Evil The Village is, or RE Village, rather, is as short as it is, because on a timetable like that, they're not going to have the time to develop games that are as long as they used to be. Yeah, Hunter, but in the past, games didn't take as long to develop. Right? Final Fantasy VI, that game was made in a year. Because the hardware and the software were so much simpler. And not only was FF6 made in a year, but they ended up with extra development time, which is why there's the entire second half of FF6. They never planned on that. FF6 was going to end at the Floating Continent. These days, you never hear about a game having extra time in its development cycle. Ever. I mean, even Shovel Knight, which was a retro-style game, and which probably would have taken a larger studio a lot less time to make, Yacht Club almost went out of business making Shovel Knight. They made it by the skin of their teeth. Oh, that sucks, Clint. Didn't realize there was a frame rate bug in RE7. Rata, that's how Japanese game developers work in general. When they find something that works, they decide there's no reason to stop doing it, and they'll just keep milking it because that's what they know works. Oh, gotcha, Clint. Gotcha. Yeah, that sucks. Geez, Clint, you'd think that'd be a simple thing for them to patch. Oh yeah, Shersha, I've seen all of the skips that were originally possible, or many of the skips that were possible in RE2R, and I've actually done a couple of them myself, just to try them out. That stuff was nuts. Okay. Yeah, Shersha, and that's... I don't know what these developers are thinking. It seems to be another trend among Japanese developers. You don't seem to see it as much in Western games for some reason, but I think it might have to do with the fact that Japanese game devs are so used to developing games for consoles that they don't understand frame rates above 30, and they don't understand why it's a stupid idea to tie the speed of your game to the game's frame rate. It's like they all plan around never having their games run at higher frame rates than 30 FPS. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Rada, they don't tend to pay much attention to the foreign market, that's for sure. Shersha, Well, you say that, Shersha, but they did just announce that the mainline Yakuza series is going to stay JRPGs going forward, and that the Judgment Side series is going to retain the beat-em-up gameplay. So it might be, Shersha, that, Oh, I didn't see that he posted that, Clint, because I was otherwise preoccupied. Face the block and press the X button to grasp it. While grasping the block, press the directional button. Okay. And pull the block backwards. Okay, I remember this. And actually, I forget what's up here, but I think we should check this first, because I think down is progress. Huh? The monolith is decorated with runes symbolizing Sturdark, the Guardian of Water. Oh, right, and then the big towers are the Guardian Lords. Grudiev, the Guardian of Earth. Right, there's nothing we can do here yet. Oh, right, this is something we need to put out. And I believe we get the... I think we got the Frost Doll in here. Eelberry. Gimmel Coin. Oh, alright. Ha! Alright, see you later, Shersha. Actually, at this point... There we are. Oh, hello, Valentine. Retta, gun laws don't stop hardened criminals from getting guns. Those kinds of criminals will always have a gun. Even if they can't import them, it's possible to just make one. I don't know if you've ever seen zip guns. But you can make a gun out of a length of pipe. And a couple of other choice materials that you can get at nearly any hardware store. So no, criminals will always have guns. Gun laws just stop regular people from getting guns. Which, I'm not saying that doesn't help, because it can help keep guns out of the hands of, like, domestic abusers. There we go. But it does not stop hardened criminals. That too, amateur. Press the square button to project ghostly beams of sub-zero frost. Its supernatural snow is so chilling, it can extinguish torches in an instant, which is exactly what we have to do here. Yes, amateur, which do not allow them to kill people as quickly or easily as guns do. Plus, it's harder to kill somebody with a baseball bat or a knife than with a gun. And sometimes just the fact that there's more effort involved is enough of a deterrent. So for this... There we go. Yeah, this, the doll is a snowman, Fontez. There are a lot of wacky tools in this game. You haven't even seen one of the wackiest yet. The wackiest is Gallo's third tool, which is a pair of dolls that function along with Gallo's as a mariachi band. Their name was mistranslated in the English version of the game, but they're supposed to be called the Clamor Dolls. And when you use them, Gallows summons a couple of dolls and just plays a goofy tune, and it instantly attracts an enemy, and you immediately get into a battle. Well, Clint, I'm not saying that guns are the be-all and end-all, certainly. Oh, wow, we lucked out there. Oh, and actually, they're giving us some of these. And... that should, yes, that goes down, so we can step on it. Fennec, I'm not saying they're ineffective, I'm saying that they're not a one-stop solution. They can help, but how much they help is limited, and they don't tend to be that much help against the most dangerous kinds of people. Nor the most determined. Wait a minute, there's got to be a block in here somewhere. Or not? Well, amateur, that's why they're not a one-stop solution, is because arguably the bigger part of the problem is cultural. Alright, oh, maybe I do. Maybe. Oh, no. Okay. I thought maybe we could freeze the switch, but I don't remember that being the case. I guess we're meant to either do that later or do something in here first. Oh, okay. It's easier to just leave Gallows on auto battle here because his AI at the very least knows what to do to kill these things. Welcome back, Yami, and hello, Musti. Good to see you. Well, Fennec, but that's just an example of the kind of disparity you get with those kinds of laws. They keep guns out of the hands of regular people, unless you apply for a hunting license. But they do not keep guns out of the hands of the Yakuza, or the people who are the most likely to use guns for violent crime. Let's see, Yami, what do we got? Oh, Yami, you need to right-click on the image. Because you posted a link to the Discord channel, Yami. You need to right-click on the image and then select Copy Link. And then post the link in chat. The link you post should have a .jpeg after it. There you go. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, that looks alright, Yami. What is that? Chicken? Fettuccine? Corn? I mean, that's a sufficient meal in a pinch. Chinese ramen with shrewd turkey leg? You mean stewed turkey leg, Yami? Your dad thinks it's a good idea to dump the tuna can. Oh, yeah. Yami, I don't know how many times I've seen that where parents who are lazy and want to... Oh, okay, we found it. Want to just make a meal. They'll just, they'll mix in a can of tuna with a can of frozen peas and some pasta, and they'll call that dinner. I don't. I saw that so much growing up in America. My mother used to do that quite a lot. And then when I would visit my friends and even some of my relatives, they would do that too. And it was always the exact same thing. It was always some kind of tuna casserole. It always had frozen peas in it. And it always had like rotini or some kind of twisty pasta. Sorry to keep you waiting, sweetie. Come to Papa. Freaking Gallows. Sheesh, this ain't a way to treat a future priest. Oh, bloody hell, Bone. Oh, right. What we have to do here is use extension. Issue warning. Mission accomplished. Okay, so I'm going to need to turn auto battle off here because this fight requires a little bit more intelligence than the AI has. We didn't even see the dialogue in battle where we were taught to use extension. Your mom's lazy dinner was always bean burritos or just Kraft mac and cheese, sideswipe? Kraft mac and cheese I did have on many occasions as a kid because I grew up in a poor family. Well, this can only mean that the Arc Scepter is mine for good. All's well that ends well. Yoink. Acquired Arc Scepter. Alright, I don't... No effect. Right, we need the other 3, I think. Yeah, Fennec, the ones that used white cheddar were generally at least a little bit better than the Kraft stuff. What's the brand? Annie's, I think, or Ann's? I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but the rabbit one, Fennec, the one where the pasta is rabbit-shaped, where they actually use real white cheddar for that, that one's not bad. Oh, okay, Yami, shredded turkey leg, I gotcha. Yeah, Bo, none of us knew any better as kids, because there were all those commercials telling us how delicious those nasty TV dinners were. Ugh. Give me a break. Another trap to repel thieves, huh? Hey, open up! Who do you think I am? I'm an up-and-coming candidate for priesthood. Treat me like this and you'll be sorry. Oh, I don't doubt that at all, Clint. It's probably the best quality boxed macaroni and cheese that you can commonly find on store shelves in America. Like, way better than Kraft, and significantly better than pretty nearly any of the others I've ever tried. Monotone, I can give you an example of a shaped food you won't feel badly about eating. Let me dig it up here. And I'm gonna tag Mantis Man in this too, because this is my revenge to the two of you for spamming me with messages with horrible food gore. Screw you both. Some of you already knew it. Yes, I realize this. Oh, I'm sure you've seen worse things, Yami. Yeah, Fontez, they make great Christmas presents. Hey, you listening? Shh, your cries for help will be heard outside. Who's there? Oh, hi, Shane. Aw, come on, brother. Who are you crying to? Shane! I knew I could count on you. You must have seen vile premonitions of your big brother in mortal danger, right? Of course not. I know you well enough to know that you'd mess up somewhere. I don't like your attitude, but I'll let it slide. Look at me. I'm trapped by these walls. Got any ideas? Golly, brother, I'm really stumped. We better start with what we can do now and think of a way to get you out. Oh, that's right. I've heard about a trial where the aspirant must retrieve the Arc Scepter in order to be ordained. Basically, they have to think and act like priests if they want to survive the perils within. Oh, I think that means we're supposed to use the Arc Scepter. Gallows focused his thoughts upon the Arc Scepter. He felt a great presence begin to speak directly into his mind. Gather your strength and leap past the barriers before you. Walls may tower above you. If you wish to penetrate them, you must first push the limits of your mind. I guess this is here so the candidate can show he's got what it takes to be ordained. I'm sure they do, Clint. Easier said than done. Hey, you're not hoping I'll bail you out, are you? I just can't. No matter how bad it gets, nobody can do more than they're capable of. No, I'd never ask you for that. I'm thinking of something different, an efficient yet comprehensive escape plan. Then tell me. Dang it, he called my bluff. You see, we're fortunate because we've still got each other. Fortunate? In my case, that's not a good thing at all. Just hear me out. We're just lowly apprentices right now. We're only halfway to getting ordained, and also, there's two of us, right? The two of us are only halfway to being real priests, right? And even though the two of us are only halfway, with both of us together, we're all the way there, right? Wait, maybe we're even further. Through the incredible power of brotherhood, we can do anything. There you go, trying to talk your way out of things again. But still, putting our power together might be worth a shot. I don't expect much, though. We ain't got a choice, Shane. Come on, help me out here. We have to overcome this together. Amazing. I never thought you'd think of something so deep. Listen, Shane, I'm gonna be a drifter. I want to be free. I want to be a drifter, wings flapping against the winds of lineage and destiny. Gallows' serious face is very serious. I'm sorry, I have to leave you to take care of Granny. So if you'll forgive me for that, I won't ask for your help anymore. Only then will I... Brother, hush a moment, just a little longer. Just a little more and I can help you. I must grow stronger so that you can wander freely without worrying whether I'll be okay. Because that's the only way I can help you. Shane, thank you. Ow. Took a lot of brotherly love to get this thing. And now another Arc Scepter is on its way on a train? It just doesn't make any sense. So is this the real one, or the one on the train? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get both to know for sure. Just stuffs it in his pocket and pieces out. A drifter who soared over the wasteland, liberated from all restraints. His next target, another Arc Scepter, because one is never enough, right? Verifying which of the two treasures is real will determine his self-value. It may be regarded as a small sense of pride. The dangers involved are many, but it's all so he can break away from his lineage and destiny. Little does he know, however, that unseen tracks already lie before him. An article obtained by desire. This can be considered a ticket to freedom. But it's a one-way ticket, and the destination is unknown. Remember, kids, there ain't no getting off of this train we on till we get to the end of the line. Which leaves Best Boy Clive. That was indeed a reliable source, Clint. And Best Boy Clive's scenario is where we learn about status ailments. "9 days before the fateful encounter. Clive Winslet, age 30. He is about to embark on a mission considered most deadly of all drifter trades. Eradicating a monster. These drifters are accustomed to risking their lives to face danger. They do it for the reward and to satisfy their spirit. One cannot deny that in the eyes of many, these drifters are just ruffians driven by greed. Could this man be nothing more than a ruffian as well? Or perhaps... This is an assignment I alone have accepted. I shall take it from here. Listen, Clive. This guy right here, man. I wonder if his first name is Ernest. He looks like he could be an Ernest. I told you, Clint. I told you. Listen, Clive, I know you have quite a reputation as a drifter, but this is your first time in these caverns. I'm sure you'll need me as your guide. And you've heard of the buddy system, right? They always say 2 heads are better than 1. I can help you. Yes, I appreciate your concern. Also piss off. But my mission is to exterminate the keeper of these caverns and to protect the residents of the village. I believe that was the deal. Yes, but what does that have to do with me? In other words, you are one of the residents I must protect. And as you mentioned, this is indeed my first time venturing into these caverns. As a result, I would not be able to ensure your safety if you accompany me. Please, there is no need to worry. I shall complete my assignment and return promptly to accept my bounty. He seems confident enough, but going in there all alone? Doesn't he realize this cavern is called... Wah, wah, wah. The Den of Miasma! I appreciate how they cut from the dialogue to the splash screen with the name of the dungeon as a way of completing the dialogue. Nice touch. Clive, I can't let you go in there without at least doing what I can. This heelberry tastes like absolute dirt, but it will recover your HP. It's quite precious, but you're the one who needs it now. Well, thanks, Ernest. Can I call you Ernest? I don't know why they insisted on making you talk to him 3 separate times for the heelberries, but that's all the heelberries I have. Put them to good use. Bounty that I've been promised is by no means substantial. I agreed to this assignment because it's a plea from despondent people. This is what I do. It is all I do. Now, Clive here... Clive is the reticent, quiet, intelligent, bookish type. And ordinarily, in JRPGs, that means he would be the mage. But Clive is in fact not the mage, he is the heavy damage dealer. And in terms of physical attacks, he is the strongest character in the game. That is a good question, Clint. What kind of Barghest is it? Not any kind I've ever seen, that's for sure. Oh, and... I feel like we were supposed to... There might have been another path around here. Oh, wait, no! Clive already has his tool! Never mind. I was gonna say... Clive has bombs, and he's the only one, as far as I know... Oh, no, actually, Jet. Clive and Jet both start the game with a tool. Virginia and Gallows find theirs. Hello, Waltz Queen! Welcome! That's so satisfying. Actually... Okay, these... I believe we can bomb. Yes. Ah! I must exterminate these in order to advance. Ah! Oh, and a couple of revive fruits that I don't need. Ah! Well, that ain't no good. Ugh. Right, now I have to keep an eye out for bombable walls in here because... there are a couple. And I don't remember exactly where they are. Ugh! Ah. Okay, we got a Gimmel coin. We're doing okay on HP. Oh, very good, Waltz Queen. I just have some Earl Grey that I'm working my way through. It's one of the teas that I have the most of on hand, so... I try to use the ones that I'm stocked up on first. This miasma, I can sense the Keeper. It's not too far now to the throne where the Keeper awaits. So my retreat has been blocked off. I take it guests are not very welcome here. I must confront the Keeper and inquire about the way out. Yes, because I'm sure the Keeper is just going to tell me. Oh, look! He looks friendly. I'm sure he'll be glad to let me know where the exit is. It looks much bigger and more agile than I expected, and it assumes such a cautious stance. I mustn't let this one escape. I won't get another chance if I let it fly off. As long as I've accepted this assignment, I will carry it out with grace. Determined Clive. I shall get rid of you at once. So Clive's force ability basically increases the accuracy of your next attack to 100%. So it guarantees your next hit, which is very useful for your strongest fighter. And I believe you have to use that on him when he starts flying. Whoops. Hello, Bear Zone. Welcome. Well, I don't know if you ever played Wild Arms 3, but you have a chance to watch it now. With your evasive maneuvers. It may be easy for you to evade my shots, but I will not just stand here and allow that to happen. Clive can use the Force ability Lock-On by expending 25 FP. It maximizes your shot accuracy and doubles the firepower. Lock-On requires the necessary FP as well as a loaded arm to activate. If you're out of ammo, be sure to guard and reload your arm to activate Lock-On. It's a foregrip, Hunter. It's just in an unusual location for a bolt-action rifle. And what I think we're supposed to do, because I think his evasion is raised to max while he's flying. We have to do this to hit him. I possess the ability to track my prey's trail. I can foresee its slightest move. Oh, well, we didn't foresee that, did we? How could I be so careless? I could have easily prepared if only I'd predicted the source of this miasma to be the monster. I mean, what did you think it was, Clive? No, stop! Oh, game over. Nah, just kidding, though. I have failed. I always seem to fall short at a crucial moment. Always. One of these days, How long have I been out? It doesn't seem to be too long, but... Toxic matter has entered my system. The effects do not appear to be too serious yet, but the more I move, the more it will eat away at my body. Calling out for help will not do. It may be quite a risk, but the wise choice would be to head back to the entrance rather than wait here until help arrives. And we are now poisoned. So we take continuous damage as we move. And to think we could have been prepared for this with nothing more than a couple of antidotes. Right, Clint, but when you need one and don't have one, then it's another story. Well, Hunter, he's not a soldier. And remember, this game was made by people who've never held a gun in their lives, so... It is much worse, Clint. Yeah, join the club, Bear Zone. Not again. I can understand if I were an intruder, but to impede someone who's trying to leave? I must have really been a rude guest. I mean, you did sort of attack the tenant. A boulder of this size probably wouldn't budge from 1 or 2 bombs. Perhaps placing a number of them in succession may work. They literally just want you to spam bombs. Right, I think the exit is out this way. Ah! Yeah, EJ, this game's story does meander a little bit, but... it's definitely not bad compared to other JRPGs of its generation, and even some after its generation. Good heavens, are you alright? What a fever, what happened to you in there? Believe I've been affected by poison, if only I'd been more careful. What about the monster? It took to the sky and... okay, understood, we'll take care of the rest, so... hey, hang in there, you're gonna be alright! So this professor guy here, this Indiana Jones's dad type dude, was Clive's mentor. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Oh, you're awake. Hold on a minute. I'll go make something. Here, this should warm you up. Look at these Old West-style garments here. Why, thank you. Wow, this is really something. What is it? Knocked your socks off, huh? Well, here's a hint. Antidotes? That's right, it's more potent than regular off-the-shelf antidote. We boiled it in a great cauldron. One might say that we, concentrated it in our antidote lab in the basement that no one knows about. We never told the sheriff. Well, I'm just glad that it had the effect I was hoping for. At least you didn't go nuts and kill everyone. Now I know I can sell it to customers. Wow. Of course, I almost broke my back hauling you out of that cave when the monster got you. But all's well that ends well, right? Now we can get on with our lives. A monster in a cave? That's right, the monster. What became of it? What's that supposed to mean? You chased it away, didn't you? While you were recovering, the men grouped together and marched to the cave to look for the beast, but it was gone. All they could find was its lair deep in the bowels of the cavern. No trace of the monster was found. And what did they do with the lair? Well, they torched it, of course. We don't want the thing coming back, do we? No, Clint, they never do. Either they end up being so ineffective that you just ignore them, or they end up being like they are in the SMT series, where if you ignore them, you die. They torched it? Yeah, now the monster's toast, right? All I did was hurt the monster and chase it from the cave. But inevitably it will want to nurse its wounds in the safety of its lair. If that is gone, then certainly it will come and take revenge on those who destroyed its home. Your village and all who live here are in danger. Where do you think you're going? You need more rest. I accepted this assignment, that's why I must see it through to completion. I'd never forgive myself if I gave up on my clients. Very unprofessional. Exactly, Clint. Then here, take this. The monster's poisonous, right? I think it'll come in handy. Well, I mean, it's poisonous. I don't plan on eating it. I'm sure it will. Exactly, EJ. Anytime that you would want status ailments, the game is too afraid to let them be effective. Through the knowledge of oneself, one can live without regret. I have you now! And that's why they gave us the antidote. Of course, they only gave us one. There we go. One or two more of these, and I'm pretty sure he's toast. There we are. Got him. And he dropped another antidote for some reason. Saloon Friendly Fire. What a name for a saloon. I wouldn't want to drink there. Clive aspired to be a bounty hunter and drifter. But he always earned more than just a reward. He gave his clients peace, and in return they gave him confidence. At times he might stop and rest his wings, but no drifter ever stopped drifting. Clive's next mission was to watch over an artifact on board the Transcontinental Railroad. But he wasn't alone. Opportunists were a dime a dozen. No one knew how many were on the train or where it was headed. After all, some journeys are only start at the last stop. It doesn't need to be reloaded after every shot, Yami, but right now it apparently only has a 2-round magazine. Around and around we go. The world that encircles me begins to revolve. The gears grind and the spinning wheels of fate begin to turn. And finally, the train departs. A journey without a purpose. The train just steams away to the world beyond today. The accident that ensued on the train I happened to be on. And the 3 strangers I would later encounter. These were all coincidences. But if coincidence is a part of fate, I want to roam this vast Filgaia to find the reason behind our encounter. I'm sure that one day this tale will become a fond memory. Hooray! We finished the prologue. The planet Filgaia is slowly rotting, its once lush vegetation withering away. As if that weren't enough, all sorts of predators roam the desert and prey on innocent travelers. Yet there are some willing to brave this wasteland to seek their fortunes. These folks are known as drifters. Yay! Wild Arms 3! Hey, we beat the game! Look at that! So here we get a little bit of a look at how everybody ended up on the train and how things went down. And there's Jet. This is how he figured out how to get onto the train. And here's Clive, who was the guard on the train. It was his job to protect the scepter. And there's Gallows, who somehow was already in here? And there we are. What? What now? I think someone's on the roof. Yes, I must agree. I believe this person may be the culprit who hit the brakes. Would somebody like to volunteer to go up and investigate? You're joking, right? Don't look at me. Not as naive as to turn my back on a stranger? Very well, then, I will take the lead. Please escort the young lady on your way up. Oh, I missed the part where he was breaking the lock, Clint. My eyes were elsewhere. Michiko Naruke is the composer who did the entire soundtrack for all the Wild Arms games, I believe. Look who it is. A party of villains. Ha, looks like we got some company. You guys sure don't look like guardsmen to me. Who are you, anyway? And you, punk, didn't I see you kick in the window and break into the cabin? Don't tell me you blokes are all drifters going after the same treasure. Yes, we've been hired to guard the treasure. At least that holds true for me. We're here to protect the goods from ruffians such as yourself and deliver the goods to the rightful owner. I kindly ask that you withdraw. I'd like to avoid any bloodshed and unnecessary expense if at all possible. We welcome unnecessary bloodshed, and we're not paying the expenses. Once we take care of business here, there's a hefty reward waiting to roll in. We don't have time to play. I'd like to avoid the unnecessary bloodshed part, though. Wonder who they're working for. You're very sharp. By the way, how's your shooting? I'll do my best. Glad to hear. I'll be counting on you. And you two, I ask for your assistance as well. These two are a little bit less on board. What are you plotting? So are you planning to bite the dust or bite the bullet and face us? Listen, time is money. Let's get this started already. Boss, we're one short without Lucio, you know. I don't think we should bite off more than we can chew. You blokes, just do as I say. Or do you have a problem with that? You want to end up dead like Lucio? Psych yourself up. Shut your fly, Dario. Janus Cascade, ready to recap. These dialogues, I hate that they progress automatically. How did I get myself into this? I mean, we just met 2 seconds ago, and now we're all buddy-buddy teaming up? Come on. Is anyone listening to me? Stop rambling. We have to work together. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I hate the auto-advancing dialogue. I wish you could turn that off. But again, early PS2 games... So you never actually see or learn anything about Lucio, other than that Lucio was the 4th member of this group, and he died somehow. The other thing is, Romero is the one member of pretty much this entire team who is a little bit weird. He doesn't really belong. Because as you can see on his right leg, he's got kunai. And he wears a scarf around his face. Romero is a ninja. Because, you know, Japan just had to get a ninja into their Western-themed game. And then Dario is just random slob from the saloon who doesn't even tuck his shirt in all the way. And their gimmick is, when you fight them in battle, Romero can increase his agility by freaking out and losing his nerve, and Dario can increase his defense by zipping his fly. You can see there that his fly is unzipped because he wears suspenders so his pants don't just fall down. But we want to get rid of Janus first, because Janus is by far the most dangerous of these guys. Interestingly enough, Janus appears to be just straight up modeled after the protagonist of Wild Arms 2. Right down to the weapon, which is the same weapon. And now that we have a full party... you can see how the commands work, where we enter the commands at the start of the round, and then each command goes off according to the turn order determined by everybody's speed, the enemy's unit's speed, and the player unit's speed. So Romero uses throwing stars and occasionally attacks with kunai. This move itself, Janus's Multi-Blast, was a move that the protagonist of Wild Arms 2 had. Ashley was his name. Death Thought, welcome back! Reinbach, it's funny you ask that. Stay tuned. I'm doing fine, thanks, Death Thought. I'm the only one who lives here, so it's just me, but... well, you can get it on PSN, Death Thought. It's available on PS4. Ouch. Ugh, is everyone okay? Virginia can use the Force ability Mystic by expending 25 FP. Mystic is an ability where an effect from a single item can be applied to multiple targets. Hey, you got your healing powers right here, too. I can restore everyone's health in one shot, so just give me a holler. Great, thanks. Let's all work together. Look how happy she is. Exactly, Clint. Yeah, Bear Zone, Night Blazer, the mechanics with Blazer in Wild Arms 2 were really cool, how you could transform into him as the protagonist. Janus does have something kind of like that going on, but we'll find out more about that later. And, you also get to see the names of all of the enemy's firearms when you're fighting human opponents who use guns. You see the names of their guns or their arms when they use their normal attack. We're going to lock on to Janus, actually. And as a matter of fact, we are going to refrigerate him. I did not, EJ. No, I never played Radiata Stories. Yeah, Jet! Huh, we're out of time. The reward might not be worth the risk this time around. Ha, not bad, Princess. What do you say I quit that measly little team and come join us? Thanks, but no thanks. I don't hang out with thugs. Thugs? Lighten up, Princess. We're all drifters here, aren't we? My, would you look at the time? It's time for us to bid adieu. Hope to see you soon. We're not through with you yet. No, but they're through with us. What's that noise? Like you wouldn't know a train whistle when you heard it. Bye! There's no way they would have survived that. So long, Princess. See you around. Jumping onto a train moving in the opposite direction, they would have just rolled off the back and died. Oh, and there's Clive's pay. My apologies for all the trouble. Please report any damages to my client. I shall arrange it so that you'll be compensated. That's the box with that mysterious light, right? What was that anyway? That light, it had some sort of warmth to it. Those thugs were after this light, right? What you saw, young lady, was the sparkle of the Arc Scepter. It's a sacred artifact used to communicate with the power that sustains the world. The power that sustains the world? So that's what they were after. There it goes. Sure was a stormy night, wasn't it? So this is what I get for helping out, stuck in the middle of nowhere. We seem to have missed our stop while taking care of business. Okay, what now? I must deliver the goods to my client. It should be within walking distance from here. I believe you might know where that is. Well, yeah, I guess. Go northwest of here to a small village at the foot of the mountain. It's a place called Basker. And if I may add, it's actually my hometown, though I don't really... Well, since we're all here, what do you say we... God, I can't read this fast enough. I was just in it for the ride, but it's not a bad idea to go reap the rewards. Let's see, where shall we begin? God, it is the most obnoxious thing not being able to turn off auto advance. I know, let's introduce ourselves. And here we are. That's one thing, Clint, but doing it as a regular thing is just obnoxious. So this is Gallo's hometown. Also known as Basker Colony, where the people believe in the powers that sustain the world, the Guardians. You sure don't react much. Oh, she says to Jet, well, I must go finish my assignment. Would you mind introducing me to a lady named Hallie? Or Hale, or Hallie. She is the one who assigned me the task of delivering the Arc Scepter. Who, me? Introduce you to Granny? I ran away from here 3 months ago. Everyone thinks I'm dead. Brother? You're home! This is like a dream come true! I did not even foresee this in my dream sight! Happy Shane is adorable. Although Grandmother did say you would be home soon, she was absolutely right. So, he is family as well as Hallie? Oh, man. Yes, that's the Arc Scepter, all right. A job well done. Here is your reward, and a little extra, just to show my appreciation. Go on, take it. 1,200 Gela. Looks like I caused you more trouble than you bargained for. Not only did you deliver the Arc Scepter, you also brought home my incompetent grandson. Hey, leave me out of this. It was just coincidence that I came home. Not necessarily. She did mention I may also have to deliver a troublesome package. I had no idea that package would be you until now. I figured robbers and thugs would jump at the Arc Scepter if I released information about its transport. And that this boy would go after it too. I never imagined it would be this easy. So you see, Granny is a plotter. A plotter and a schemer. I should have known, you and your dirty tricks, Granny. But tell me this, if you just wanted me back here, does that mean that I've had the real Arc Scepter all along? And the one we delivered fake? I'm back. Oh, you're so pitiful. Listen well, the Arc Scepter you took, the one transported by train, and the two over there, all 4 of these are genuine Arc Scepters. Gallows, don't tell me you thought there was only one Arc Scepter in this world. Your lack of discipline for your studies is atrocious. I thought I had taught that to you and Shane. Is that true? The Arc Scepter is a staff which can transmit and receive willpower. In other words, it is a sacred artifact used to communicate with Guardians. There are a total of 4 Arc Scepters in this world. They were enshrined at various places that worship guardians, but are gathered here now. The bearer of an Arc Scepter is capable of sensing the presence of the spiritual guardians, which means he or she is capable of materializing and utilizing the power of the guardians in this world. The bearer of the Arc Scepter has the right to use the power of the guardian. But the bearer also has the right to kill the guardian. Huh? Shall we go for a walk? I'll continue my story then. The Arc Scepter made it to the colony safely, away from the hands of villains. Thanks to all of you, that is. But I do have a mission I would like to ask of you. You want us to kill the Guardians? Not exactly. I've been training hard to become a priest, and in the past year or so, I developed a special ability where I can foresee future events through my dreams. It is called Dream Sight. Though through this legendary supernatural power, I was forewarned of the following apocalypse. A blue shadow will rise from the ancient dead on our planet Filgaia. The resurrected blue shadow will wield a sharp, cold sparkle that will eat away at the planet. People, animals, and all other life forms will be devoured, and eventually Filgaia itself. But there's no absolute proof or evidence to back it up. It's just a dream. But this is my kid brother's dream. Trust me, his dreams always come true. Yeah, Fontes, I guess it's pretty obvious. Thank you, brother. I call it the Blue Menace. But this threat is not all that the dream speaks. It also tells of how the Blue Shadow will be defeated. The Blue Shadow will be expelled by releasing the chains which bind the Guardians. Filgaia will eventually rejuvenate, and a little girl will bring about peace and tranquility. My next mission to you is to release the Guardians. This may be a job for your grandson, but we're not Baskers. You can do it. When I said that the bearer of the Arc Scepter has the right to kill a Guardian, I meant you must face it in battle. It proves that you are worthy to face these intangible, invisible beings. And by fighting and proving your strength, the Guardian will be released from the Earth, transferring itself into a medium. What's a medium? This is a medium. It can be considered a passport that allows mankind to shape the planet and manipulate various powers. Breakfast, thank you so much for the Tier 2 gift sub to Fennec. You didn't need to do that. But I really appreciate that you did. Thank you, Breakfast. But this one here is an imitation made from Basker technology by extracting the breath of the planet like water and wind and refining it. This mission requires you to create a high-density, pure medium from the bare bones of the planet's breath, the Guardians. So basically, Gallows Medium was just the baby version, where the Baskers took some wind and water and mixed it up on the stove and brewed up a homemade medium. Thank you kindly for looking after my incompetent grandson. Please return to the planet. We FF7 now. Why'd you have to do that, Granny? A pure medium is much more powerful. All you have to do now is get one. You wield the Arc Scepter, do you not? Prove your strength to the Guardian. Rawr. Pardon me. But we are only here because we happen to meet by chance. We are not a team, nor do we have a reason to prove our strength to the Guardians. However, you did call this a mission. Would you mind explaining what our reward would be should we accept this assignment? A reward? Ah, yes, a reward. Your reward will be the mediums transformed from guardians. Take it. Excuse me? Wipe that stern look off your face. Your good looks will go to waste. There are 4 Arc Scepters and there are 4 of you. Each one of you is worthy to face a guardian. What you all do with the mediums afterwards is none of my concern. Wait just a minute, Granny. Guardians and their mediums are valuable assets to us Baskers. We turn to them for guidance. But you would just give away these mediums to complete strangers? I always thought you were a little slow, but now I just think you're completely senile. My, now that's a surprise. I never realized you were so passionate about our old traditions. Perhaps you're more conservative than I thought. Even if we Baskers were to face the Guardians and receive their mediums, all we would do is enshrine them at this altar and leave them there. And what good would that do? I believe that entrusting the mediums to drifters who traverse the vast wasteland is the true meaning behind releasing the Guardians. Of course, what Hallie is not telling us here is that she already knows exactly how events are going to play out. She knows full well what's going to happen as a result of giving us these mediums. In a sense, it may be a long shot, but I believe this gamble is necessary based on the dream Shane had. I know this sounds like a crazy mission, but please consider. I'm in. I want my medium back. I can't back down now. I'm more drawn in by her story than anything else. Guardians, the powers that sustain the world. To come into contact with a mysterious entity means... I don't care either way. If we get it, we can always sell it. I'm in if the money's there. I'm not sure. But I do feel excited. It's like an adventure for drifters. I've always dreamed about that. Looks like you've decided. We all have our own reasons, but I guess our goal's the same. The 4 of us would like to accept the mission to release the Guardians. You made a wise decision. Not the fact that you accepted the mission, but the fact that all 4 of you will carry out this mission together. The Guardians have sealed their bodies in a distant time, but still exist today in intangible forms. Their strength far exceeds those of humans, so you should all watch out for each other. There is no need to rush. Prepare all you want before you prove your strength to the Guardians. It may be wise to brush up on your skills and learn more about the Guardians here at Baskar. During a dialogue, words may appear in green letters which signify that they hold an important meaning. Press the square button while the green letters are displayed to activate the Ask system. Activate selected keyword, Ask. Thanks, Japan, or really, thanks, localization team. This Ask system lets you inquire about the word you've activated. After selecting the keyword, press the X button to get more information about it. Press the circle button to cancel. Please note that green letters must appear in the text for the Ask system to activate. Instead of reading the explanation, why don't you give it a try? You'll get the hang of it that way. I will now give a brief explanation about the Sanctuary, from which you must release the Guardians. If you need me to go over it again, don't hesitate to ask. The Guardians are sealed at the base of the southern foothills. On the foothills of the ranges of Zenom lies the presence of Guardians who represent the elements of all things. The great elements were necessary to make the world what it is, but there are 4 that exist in everything. They are earth, water, fire, and wind. The Guardians of these elements are worshipped as the 4 great Guardians. Knowledge is power, do not forget. And there is our merchant, finally. Crossing the wasteland? Don't worry, Roykman and Company is always just around the bend. Yes, indeed. So, we've now got 5,000 Gela, and then some from selling these ice gems. And what do we have to buy? Oh, antidotes, yes. Definitely need those. Medicine cures disease, which is a somewhat nastier form of poison. Pixie dust cures paralysis. And ailments in this game do not mess around. They are significant. So we want to make sure we have what we need. Here's amnesia. Here's misery. And there are a lot of them here. Oh, and I should have saved up for the world screen. Oh well. Breath mint cures sleep. Seed powder cures glass. Magic cleanser cures bronze, which is a particularly dangerous ailment. And then the call whistle calls horses. Yeah, I can't believe Clive didn't buy any breakfast. I've always used to like traveling, so that interest blossomed into my current business, I suppose. Look at this Robin Hood dude over here. Look at him. He's ready to rob from the rich and give to himself. Yeah, Canadian, the Wild Arms series is well known for having an excellent soundtrack. But ever since I sprained my ankle here, I've been a traveling salesman only in name. Poor Roykman. The Arc Scepter was meant to be wielded only by the ordained. Caution is required when handling it. We must not question the decisions of the elders. But please do not lose sight of the meaning of your powers. Many will suffer if you fall from the path of righteousness. It is the heritage of the ancients that allows us to communicate with things that have no form. That is why priests are trained from an early age to augur the flow of the Guardian's powers. Which is kind of funny because the Baskers go through a lifetime of training to use the Arc Scepters, and they've just been handed to us with no training at all. It is a great thing to merge your consciousness with the Guardians. That is why our ancestors left it for us. You can hear different things when you change the party leader. Make my brother the party leader to learn about the Guardians from a different perspective. I appreciate that they flat out tell us this. Head out and face the southern sanctuary and you can see an ocean of sand. You know, right? The dunes are all that's left now, but in the days of our ancestors, it was a blue sea full of life. Some of it monotone, yes. Let me tell you about what it takes to be a first-rate drifter. What, not interested? That's okay. It's not something that can be taught anyway. The best drifters don't make their loved ones worry. Not everybody can do it. That's why it makes a first-rate drifter first-rate. Oh, nobody's in here. Pretty much, Sam, yeah. Oh, nobody's around. Even I showed my strength to the Guardians when I became a priestess. I just followed our village verse. You may think our verse is just a ridiculous old-fashioned myth, but so many of our traditions become handy knowledge once you have obtained the power to comprehend them. Follow the sun to the east. So I faced the monolith of Gurdiev, just to the east of me. It was such a long time ago, I don't remember what happened then, except how tough a trial it was. But I braved the trial of Gurdjiev, and once I had the power of Earth, I faced the guardians of wind, water, and lastly fire. Because that's the order of their weaknesses, if I remember correctly. And unfortunately, some of the names are slightly misspelled, or they're spelled inconsistently in the localization. And I can't help but feel like there were different people responsible for localizing different parts of the script. Alright, let's check the shrine, and I think beyond that, we have some unique dialogue if we talk to people as Gallows. Hello, Avalon Revolver. Welcome. I'm glad you could make it. You'd never be able to buckle down and focus. Look at Shane. He's 7 years younger than you, but he earns his keep and still trains hard every day. So that places Shane at the age of 17. You're going to release the Guardians, right? I suggest you further hone your skills before you try. After all, the Guardians aren't going anywhere, and I'm not just saying that so you'll stay here in the village with me. We're brothers, right? So don't hesitate to come back for some rest. Of course, your friends are always welcome too. How have you been? Looks like you've lost weight. Well, go say hi to your granny. Ah, you look all right. No wrinkles or scars or anything. Just keep up the good work. We're all rooting for you. It is said that he who gains the Arc Scepter can sense the will of the Guardians and the basic power of all things. You must grasp the flow of opposing elements. Earth and wind, fire and ice, water and thunder, light and dark. Because that's how it works in this game. Elements are opposed to each other in pairs, rather than there being a rock, paper, scissors type cycle. Through comprehension of the opposing elements, you can come to know the truth about Filgaia and the Guardians. And then we get, the line about his medium. Much of the lost knowledge of Filgaia is still alive here in Baskar. You never did like listening to our stories, but knowledge is power. Lend an ear to the legends if you want to survive the wasteland. If it is dedicated to Guardians, then it might be inscribed with runes, the writing of ancient Baskars. Stand as the party leader to get a good look. I've tried hard to teach you, so don't let me down. It seems they were originally an Elu script. As caretakers of the Guardian shrines, they passed on the writing to us. You will probably have to interpret the writing in the Fallen Sanctuary, too. Yeah, the Elu were an ancient race of, I think, aliens? Or demi-humans or something? I don't remember exactly. But they figured a lot more prominently in Wild Arms 1 and 2, which take place on the same world, but much, much earlier in history. All right. And now we have to go to the roof of the fallen sanctuary. Because this is where we fight the Guardians. Different than I imagined. It's hard to explain, but... You thought it'd be a lot more beautiful and glorious? Oh, Breakfast, thank you so much for the Tier 2 gift sub to Avalon Revolver. I really appreciate that. Man, you don't have to keep doing that, but thank you. Thank you so much for doing it anyway. Does that explain it? With a sanctuary housing Guardians, the power that sustains the world, you do have certain expectations. Suits me just fine. This place is just like Filgaia, empty and barren with only the dry winds blowing through. Is Filgaia the way it is because this is how the Guardians are, or is it the other way around? Ah, who cares? Huh? I think it's trying to tell us something. Yo, what do we do? I don't know, don't ask me. Wouldn't you be the one to know? We were a little unprepared. We should have inquired as to its proper handling. We did! Something's beginning to swell up. I don't think I can hold it any longer. Where's the Arc Scepter? Perhaps this phosphorescence is a ritual meant for the bearer of the Arc Scepter. Does that mean we've officially been deemed bearers? Ah! What was that? Ah, my head! My hangovers were never this bad. Is this a migraine? The pressure inside our heads does indeed feel like one. However, this feels as if someone is calling to us from within the depths of our hearts. Oh no, Clint. It's soft, but very loud at the same time. This really is the shrine where the Guardians are worshipped, then this voice must be... Let's go! Oh, Avalon, you can turn off notifications for individual Twitch channels so that you don't get spammed with them. Alright, I think we want to go east first. Wait a minute, no, that's not east, that's south. This is east. The monolith is decorated with a strange symbol whose meaning is beyond you. One can cause the Guardian to materialize by focusing everyone's willpower together with the Arc Scepter. So I think... runes symbolizing Grudiev, the Guardian of Earth. Yes, okay, this is the one we want. The visions in your minds are bound together. The ground sends waves of quakes into the distance. You feel a presence bigger and heavier than anything. The power of Earth crushes all with its howl. The bearer of the Arc Scepter must have the strength to fight that which has no form. Fight and show your strength to Grudiev. Oh, okay, Avalon. Well, if it's any help to you, there are links down below the video player to my, what do you call it, Twitter channel. You can tell how much I use it. And you can join the Discord as well. There is a... if you use Discord... And you can get stream notifications that way. I send out notifications on both Twitter and Discord. Yeah, KR, you're not the first person to tell me that. But Wild Guns is a very, very different kind of game than this. It certainly seems like some people do breakfast, doesn't it? Alright, so, this time... we don't really have anything we can do besides just attack. I have to say, one thing that does disappoint me about this game is that you can't summon these guys into battle as actual units and control them, the way that you do in Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, or even in some other games that that came out in this game's generation. Not quite KR, but I'm sure it's a reference. Oh, and we have to rely on Virginia here for healing because Gallows doesn't have his medium anymore. No worries, Avalon. If you have any further questions, please feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. Ah, great. So he's just cast Shield, which raises his defense. And now Virginia cannot damage him. Actually, kind of makes me wish I'd kept a couple of those magic gems around. No, Venny, not exactly. Fortunately, his accuracy is garbage. And I didn't mean to have Gallows guard. And now we have to deal with this again. Hello, Nirelli. Welcome. problem here is that we're going to struggle with damage output. Well enough, thank you, Nurelli. How about yourself? Are you staying safe, I hope? One damage. Yup. Oh, okay, we got him. I thought they had more health than that. I remember them having a lot more health. Alright, we got Terra Roar. Medium doesn't exhibit its power just by holding on to it. You have to go to the menu's Invoke command, where you invoke the medium and become one with the Guardian's power. Each one of us can invoke up to 3 mediums. Anything above that will overload our consciousness and may result in terrible consequences. Once a medium is invoked, the Arcana command becomes available during battle. Arcana is an extension of the Guardian's power. Think of it as magic, if you will. It can be said that using Arcana is also the key to winning. But one thing you have to watch out for is the enemy's elemental property. The effectiveness of an Arcana attack can differ greatly depending on the enemy's elemental properties. Thanks, Gallows. So, for right now, we need to give Gallows Terra Roar. And then we need to go to the Western Tower. Avalon, it's not a link. What you have to do is... Here, let me refresh the server for you. Hang on. Let me... There are integrations, I think. Feature here. There used to be a... There used to be a feature that would let you, resync the server. Oh, nice, Avalon! That kind of game, huh? Okay, so, Avalon, what you need to do to get onto the Discord is open up your Discord app. You can't use the mobile app. I've been told that it doesn't work on the mobile app. You have to either use the web or desktop app, and you go to your user settings and you select the connections tab, and then down at the bottom there'll be a list of all the servers you can join, and you click on the Ragtime Lounge, and then you'll join the Discord server for our community. Oh, I'm not into Warhammer at all. I've never even scratched the surface of it. All right. Vengalon, the Guardian of Wind. This is the one we want. Yes. The breeze turns into a blade that cuts away the clouds. You feel a presence sharper and swifter than anything. The power of wind shakes the vast wasteland. Fight and show your strength to Fengalon. Okay. And now we can use Petrify. Or, well, we'll be able to when we have some FP. Oh, and of course he's going to use his ultimate on us right off the bat. Oh, come on. Virginia's going to need some health. And we are going to need to decelerate Fengalon because we do not need him asking or acting first. Oh, good. Good. I sure am glad he's increased his evasion. Oh, excellent, the Doctor. Congratulations. That was nice of you. And we probably want this on Virginia. Oh, yeah, because he's using nothing but magic. Yeah, Avalon, unfortunately, it does require you to link a bunch of stuff. And we need to get Protect on Jet as well, because... Oh, good. I think with everybody else we can just keep attacking, and now we can have Gallows. Yep. See, this is why we use Protect. Because this would do way too much damage otherwise. There we go. Did we get him? I think we did. Yup. Now we got Gale Claw, which once again we are going to put on Gallows. And then Terra Roar can go to Jet. Because we want somebody on the faster side to be able to apply buffs. Okay, Amateur, have a good one. Take care. And this one should be Sturdark, I think. Yes, the Guardian of Water. Currents flow softly yet strongly and never stop. You feel a presence kinder and more passionate than anything. The power of water engulfs you in its grasp. All right. And there he is. This is basically just Adam and toys. And we are going to want to learn... wind or thunder. We're going to want to use thunder against him, I think. And he's probably going to lead off with his ultimate, because that's just what they do. Hey, Dolo! Yep, he sure is. Totally not Leviathan. Legally distinct. And we are going to need to get Protect on those most vulnerable. And just go in with nukes. Ah, that's right, I forgot. He can use heal. Well, at least we can outdamage his heal. And we'll keep zapping him. Well, if we're lucky, maybe he'll just keep on healing and not use his ultimate anymore. And I guess we can go in with some more magic. We should finish him this turn. Wow, that sucked. Yep, he's gonna just keep spamming heal, I guess. Nope. Oh, and he gets another one? Come on. Guess Jet's gonna do more damage with a physical than with earth magic. He sure is! Yeah, we got him. You can tell because there's a very distinct telltale sound that plays. Alright, we got the Aqua Wisp, which now we can restore to its proper place in Gallows' hands. And we can give Virginia the Gale Claw, because she is the speed-focused character anyway. And now we can go fight Morgalt, the Fire Guardian. The visions in your minds are bound together. The swirling blaze coalesces, heralding a new beginning. You feel a presence hotter and more ferocious than anything. The power of fire spreads its crimson wings. Let's do it. Actually, we should probably just all guard during turn 1, because he's going to do this. In a way, yes, Third Impact. Depending upon the game, they do. In Wild Arms 2, for example, there's a gigantic golem that you can ride, which serves as a vehicle. In Wild Arms 3, there are several different vehicles, one of which is a kind of like a hovercraft that travels on sand, and another that you get much later is a mechanical dragon. So yes, Third Impact, I can confirm that. Actually, what are we even working with here? It well might have, Fontes. I never finished Wild Arms 4. We can't even look at the HP. Okay, well, weakness ice, because of course. We need to get Jet out of harm's way here. No, no, Third Impact. This is not Xenogears. We gotta get Virginia's HP up here as well. Because I have a feeling there's a Vapor Blast incoming. And maybe we can decelerate him. Yeah, Third Impact, although I think Wild Arms 2 might be available on PSN. Oh, we got him. And we got Fiery Rage, which we can now equip on Clive. Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind. So we got all 4 mediums from the 4 Great Guardians. And these mediums in their purest form are said to contain special powers. One of them is to summon. Summoning is classified as a force ability and is a command which lets you... Oh no, localization team. LET''S. Materialize the Guardian's power by expending FP. Oh, wow, Avalon, that's a weird time to be dusting off carpets. Its destructive power increases as more FP is expended and affects multiple targets. A couple of things you have to watch out for. One is that just like Arcana, its effectiveness can vary depending on the target's elemental properties. And 2, the number of times you can use it is equal to your MTC. That's your material count, if I remember correctly. The biggest drawback, though, is that once you summon, all your FP is used up. With 0 FP, your options will be limited, since FP also affects Arcana and Force abilities. And you can't ignore how it affects your attack and defensive power, too. This is something you should use strategically. Well then, now that it's all over, I suggest we go see Hallie. This was an official mission that we undertook. The proper thing to do is to go back and report. I still can't believe that the power that sustains the world is inside this tiny little plate. It's even more unbelievable that it's mine! What's even more unbelievable still is... Look at that! Hey boss, shouldn't we go after him? No, we'll let them be, but only for the time being. Boss, look! A watchbird, huh? Well, we did fail to seize the Arc Scepter. I'll have to deal with the consequences. But sooner or later, I'll have to come through for them, or else they'll have my head for sure. Oh, I agree, Third Impact, but you're gonna have a real hard time finding physical copies. Alright, that ought to do. Alright, and actually, I probably had better save. We've learned that lesson. Alright. Yes, Avalon, they did for a while. Yeah, KR, the Wild Arms games are known for having really good soundtracks. Michiko Naruke is the composer. Alright everyone, I'm looking at our uptime and I'm seeing that it's been about 6 hours, which explains why I'm getting hungry. So, what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna call it here, and we are going to go raid a good friend of mine by the name of Cara Comparetto. And she is ordinarily a music streamer. She's a classically trained pianist. But she now also streams video games. And she's been working her way through The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past recently. So let's go make her evening. She could use a little bit of cheering up. She's had a bit of a rough week. And I'm sure that a nice raid would really brighten her evening. So let's go make her evening. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I really appreciate everybody's company and support, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time. Please stick around for the raid. You guys are going to love Cara. She's absolutely wonderful. Take care, everybody, and I will catch you all, hopefully, tomorrow.